X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now. Watch me out now. Punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you guys again. We are finally actually back, I think. Haven't had any PC problems all day. I restarted my PC right before stream to see if I had any issues there, and everything seems fine. So hopefully, stream's not going to get cut off and frozen. I don't even know what the problem was. I have a theory as to what could have caused it, but I'm frankly not even entirely sure. For those of you guys who are just now arriving and don't know where I have been for the last couple weeks, my mom came to visit, both because she wanted to visit me, but also because, for a while now, she has had a bit of a medical issue. She had a growth on her ovary that had essentially swollen it larger than her uterus, which is very much not even close to normal or okay. There was a chance that it could be cancerous as well, so that was obviously a cause for concern. I didn't like talking about this much because it was upsetting, but now that it's sort of a thing that has happened and it's, we're in the recovery area, I feel much more comfortable talking about it because it's not really stressful for me anymore. But my mom had to get a full hysterectomy. There's a much longer, scientific name for this procedure. It's like a splachendodectomy with robot-assisted something. It's long. If you just look up full hysterectomy, I'm sure you'll find what the full procedure she got was called. It has robot-assisted in the name. Anyway, she ends up getting the procedure. It goes really well. There is only one minor complication that happened, but it's a minor complication. She's fine. And she's been in recovery for about 2 weeks now. She can't lift anything heavier than a cup of coffee, which is kind of a problem because she insists on bending over to pick things up and, like, leaning over to get things out of the fridge, and she just won't tell me she's doing that. It's like, you have every excuse to be lazy. Just enjoy being lazy. And we have a belt. See that, like, cylinder on the floor right there? If my mom's watching the stream right now, she can ring it. But that thing will light up and ring because she's got a clicker, like a key fob for unlocking a car at a distance, and she can click it and it rings. So if I'm down here even, I know that she needs me to do something for her. But she is now way more recovered. We actually left the house and went driving around the other day, yesterday, and it was pretty nice. I actually wanted to resume streaming. Oh, my light is this light's broken too? Oh, man. Chat, bad news. Oh, no, it's just gonna switch between them now. Okay. Hopefully that one doesn't start flickering too. Hello, the one called Xanderhall. Hello, the one called Balthazar. And so, yeah, she's doing really well. She's in recovery. I was going to stream yesterday because I actually think I managed to fix the tech problems yesterday, which I'll get into a little more in a moment. But I woke up after having a dinner of kebab. We'd gotten some kebab at the store. I'd never had it before, so I was like, I'm going to try this. And it's covered in seasoning. Like, I need you to imagine it's like a log of ground beef coated in a ridiculous amount of seasoning. It's like peppercorns and something called Greek Freak. And so I demolished 2 of those for dinner the night when I tried to stream and my PC like cucked out on me. And I was pretty sure I'd fix the problem, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, stream's gonna be great, let's go. And so I eat the kebab, I go to bed, and I wake up yesterday morning very nauseous. Very fucking nauseous. And I end up having to run to the bathroom and vomit. But when I throw up, there's no, like, food content there. Like, I expected I was gonna throw up ground beef, right? There was no ground beef. It was just seasoning. I need you to imagine vomiting nothing but water, the, like, sip of water you just drank when you woke up, and seasoning. It's like there was a strainer in my stomach, and the ground beef could get through, but the seasoning couldn't. So I just vomited up peppercorns and Greek Freak seasoning first thing in the morning. And I was not nauseous for the rest of the day. I was fine for the whole rest of the day, except for, like, my throat being tender from throwing up in the morning. But it was just so random. And it was so, like, why? I think I just ate too much seasoning, because there's a lot of salt in that seasoning. It's like garlic and peppercorns. Maybe that was just too much. I don't know. But that was my first experience eating kebab, I guess. Looks like you didn't like those seasonings. I thought you were going to say seasonal. Seasonal? Like seasonal. No, let me check. Kebab, Greek Freak, seasoning. Let me see if I can find what this stuff was called. Apparently this was part of the seasoning, but they definitely had a bunch of other stuff in there too. But this is a good visualization of, like, half the different spices and seasonings that this kebab had on it. I have had kebabs. Yeah, I mean, it was really good. It was really good. I love how their logo is just GF. You know, that thing half of you in my chat will never have. Dab on them. Sorry, guys. Had to do it to you. Sorry, I could not resist. I could not resist. I'm sure you are all very successful in your sexual and romantic endeavors. I just couldn't resist the burn. God, I literally just accidentally pushed an eyelash into my eye. Oh, this is the worst. Anyway. So, yeah. I went to stream the other day, obviously, and we were, like, just getting into the opening bit of the stream, and it got cut off, which I'm very much hoping doesn't happen today. And looking at it, it seems very unlikely it was my internet. It seems likely it was actually my PC itself. And what I think caused it was one of these two things. One, The night before, I had updated my NVIDIA drivers, and I didn't restart my PC after that. I just kept it on all night and then streamed the next day. So that could have caused it. So after a restart of my PC, after that, like, bogus stream that didn't go through, when I restarted my computer, it did something scary. It booted to my BIOS, and it said there was an issue booting. Or like an error while booting. What would you like to do? Thankfully, it gives me an option to select optimal settings and boot, so I selected that. And that worked fine. Like, my PC booted to the, like, main screen. I was able to log in with my, like, digit code, and boom, everything's fine. Everything's working okay. And I restarted my PC right before stream, and no such issue. So I'm assuming we're all good. I'm assuming we're all good, at least for a little while. I just learned from Hank Green that moons can have moons. They're called moons. Yeah, I actually knew about that, and it's one of my favorite things in all of, like, physics and science. It's great. Yo, Ride the Rails, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Thank you for the presumably $5 reduce. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course. Says, hey, Zan, hope your mom is doing well, and I hope you had a good break. She is doing well. Her recovery's going extremely well. She, sometimes when someone gets a hysterectomy, they get one single incision. My mom got the kind where it's a bunch of horizontal incisions across her stomach, and so she has to wear a binder, but it's like around her like abdominal region. And so she was complaining to me that the binder was like riding up on her chest before, and she's like, "Oh my God, we got to get a more narrow binder because this one is like it's riding up on my chest and it's unbearable." And I was like, "Oh, Mom, I've got some news for you about what trans men have to deal with until they can get double mastectomies. You're not gonna like what they have to deal with." Yeah. Not pleasant, apparently. Not pleasant. But yeah, it's like she has to wear a brace so that the stitches don't pop, or I should say incisions, one of my least favorite words of all time. You know how people get really icked by the word moist, or graft, or you could list any, even just the sound of nails on a chalkboard. The word incision, especially with the word tear, anywhere close to that word, really bothers me. I don't like it. Preview of what I have to deal with as soon as my HA1C is down. Waiting on that to get mine. HA1C is down. I don't know what that refers to, Fulcrum. I assume it's in reference to reproductive health. Oh, here's okay, double good news, guys. Super good news. I forgot to mention this part. You know that that growth that had to get removed, and the reason why they took everything out, right? They didn't want to biopsy it while it was still inside of her body because there's a potential, if it was cancer, that you're rupturing a tumor and allowing cancer cells to spread to the rest of the body, which is real bad, right? So instead what they decided to do was remove everything first, and then send it to pathology to biopsy it and figure out whether or not it's cancerous. And so far, as like the last update my mom got was that it is tested so far negative for cancer and negative for malignancy. It was still a problem and had to get taken out because it was like heavily affecting her quality of life, like badly. But I am just happy to say it was not cancerous. At least so far, the testing suggests no cancerino. Got scared, stream crashed again, just my phone. Oh, me too. Anytime I see any of you guys talk about a tech problem that's going to be on your end, you better believe my heart is going to freeze. Oh, gosh. Well, thank you so much, Ride the Rails. I appreciate it. And then PepperT21, thank you for the $5 Donorino. I appreciate that a lot. It says, can't fit whole thing in a dono. So here's a link to be a post of the wild day I had. I will not verify my email. Walked in with $673 and out with $170.68. Lost money inflating this pig. Had fun, though, and a teriyaki chicken sandwich that fell apart. Also, the casino and a gym in Pokemon Go for some reason. Rest of the money will be added to the paying to the paying RK Ethan to edit when my computer gets fixed fund. Gambling. I really don't like gambling. I don't like doing it myself. I find it very boring and awful. However, what I will say is that I like watching people gamble. It's one of my favorite things is watching people gamble. Oh, I'm glad everything's good on your end, Galaxy Bomb. That's good to hear. Good. I don't need constant health updates for the stream, but if anything does happen, definitely let me know. I appreciate that, chat. Thank you. Thank you for the $5, Pepper T21, and Bango the Buck. Wow, thank you for the tier 1 Submarino. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Correct me if I'm wrong on that being more than 1 month. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Said, glad to hear that you're back streaming and your mom's feeling better. Here's a music vid I think you'd like.
Howdy, folks.
We'll go ahead and give it a watch. It's not too long. Oh my god, my nose. Guys, I need a haircut. And not just a haircut, I need a shave. And then on top of that, I need them to, like, do that thing where they put wax on the end of, like, popsicle sticks and then put them in your nostrils and then let it, like, harden and then rip all the hair out. I'm getting a haircut in, like, the next couple days. Nozan, it's Rizzy. No, I hate my curly hair when it gets long. My hair objectively looks best, in my opinion, which is all I care about, frankly, when it comes to my looks. It looks better short, okay? It just does. I like it clean cut and short. I don't like it long. I don't like waking up with hair in my eyes or in my face or most certainly, like, tickling my like eyelashes. It's the worst. Like, sometimes I just get a hair and it just gets into my eyelashes. I have to, like, bunch it. Oh, are we coming back? Okay, we're back. Yeah, that was just an OBS. That was just an... Oh, no. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. That was just an OBS. That was just an OBS fluke. That was just an OBS fluke right there. It happens. That's normal. Man. I definitely do need to get my hardware updated with my ISP regardless, because that's a whole separate issue. That's a whole separate thing, yeah. Anyway. Bango the Buck, thank you. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. It really means a lot. Said, been sent on a rabbit hole of black anime community memes by the YouTube algorithm, and these memes are wild. Okay, we'll watch that in a second, but first I want to watch this music video I was sent. Let's check this out, and hope stream doesn't fucking die.
Mangy Fellax here.
How Trump will make America great.
Make America great, a perfect place for folks who hate most everyone who's different than they. A place where truth will be outlawed, where every character is flawed, perverted.
Dude, I watched a YouTuber describe Truth Social as, and I quote, Trump's own little Daedric realm. And I laughed really hard.
Or corrupt in every way. He'll make sure things like love and trust are slowly ground down into dust, tossed out so that perversion can prevail. He thinks our nation's best solution is more hate and retribution while making sure influence is for sale.
Wisconsin. Dude, I'm really excited because, like, you know, getting old sucks, but getting old also means you get to see, like, the vindication of your younger years to some extent, as long as you end up being right. And with the whole, like, opposing Trump thing, history is going to vindicate the people that stood against this guy so much. And I'm just really curious to see whether or not all these Trump supporters own it, like, 10, 20, 30 years from now, right? Because at a certain point, all of this is going to become settled U.S. history that's going to be taught in civics classes and shit. So are Trump supporters going to stand, like, I wonder, like, if they're going to stand by it even after history very much solidifies on Trump being one of the worst threats to American democracy ever. You know, I'm really curious where that's going to go.
He thinks the U.S. can't be great if guys are not allowed to rape a woman 'cause of some outdated rule. He thinks our nation will be greater if each charlatan and
It's actually wild as well how many, like, at this point, basically confirmed rape allegations there are against Trump, and nobody on the right cares. I mean, mind you, right now, the Tate brothers have been rearrested on additional charges of, like, 12 sexual assaults, rapes, and coercions of minors. Like, and that's, like, news from last week, or like, a week and a half ago. I need to cover that as well. You don't see any of his fan base getting upset about this. They don't care. The Republicans absolutely love the idea of using the desire that most normal people, well, I'd say every normal person has, of wanting to protect children from predators. They love weaponizing that against trans people or gay people or whatever. The problem is they don't actually care about protecting women or children from these things. In fact, they might be the only political party outside of the libertarians, I guess, that are very much in favor of it as a party line that must be towed. It's just that they weaponize certain talking points that sound right to people about how, like, oh yeah, trans people going into women's bathrooms, don't you think someone who used to be a man could potentially be a threat, or at least threatening, right? And they try to they do exactly what happened during the civil rights movement, right? There was a time when we segregated by race for a lot of public facilities in this country, and the same arguments made as to why, a lot of the same arguments, I should say, not all of the same, but a lot of the same arguments made today about why trans women shouldn't be allowed to use women's restrooms are very similar, if not the same, to the arguments that anti-civil rights people made in response to the suggestion that places like bathrooms ought to be desegregated.
Traitor is employed in some way as his tool. Trump thinks he'll make America great if we cease to participate in working with our allies side by side. But I think we'll be great again on that date in the future when we get the news that Trump has finally died.
Oh, God. I hope they don't, like, Frankenstein's monster his ass, like, keeping him alive forever. I feel like just to, like, bane our existence, like, Elon Musk is going to invent some kind of, like, forever heart pump, and they're going to, like, there's only going to be one allowed in existence, and it's only going to be allowed for Trump and Elon, or, like, one for Trump, one for Elon, and Trump just ends up living forever, and we have to deal with him forever. Have you seen the Minecraft leaks? Like the, like Minecraft movie leaks? I'm actually really interested in how that Minecraft movie is going to turn out. You guys want to know something wild? I meant to say movie? Yeah, that's what I figured. You know what's wild? Since Jack Black is playing Steve, you can basically assume Steve in Minecraft canonically, though he's pixelated, like, he looks like Jack Black, right? Which means that Herobrine just looks like Jack Black with blank white eyes. I need you guys to think about that for a moment. Herobrine, canonically, if this Minecraft movie is supposed to be canon or whatever, or at least the casting of Steve is supposed to be canon, as Jack Black, Herobrine canonically just looks like Jack Black with blank white eyes. I mean, I'm not saying in the movie, I mean in the lore of Minecraft. Why is there a Minecraft movie? How have you not known about the Minecraft movie? This has been, like, over a decade in the making. I've been following the development of this since, like, 2014, when it was first announced. At one point, Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was going to direct it. That fell through, though. It's been in development hell for a decade, but now it's the closest to existing it's ever been, with, like, the actors, Jason Momoa and Jack Black, who are the lead actors in the movie, like, being in a lot of promotional stuff. Like, it's coming. Like, that we've seen set photos and stuff. Yeah, I've seen some set photos, but I don't know any more about the leaks. What I heard, the most plausible theory, because I heard it from Ethan, and he usually knows his shit around this stuff, is that it might be an adaptation, or at least heavily inspired by the Max Brooks Minecraft books. For those that don't know, Max Brooks is the author of the Zombie Survival Guide and World War Z, and he was brought in to make the official Minecraft book series, like the actual story series, and it's very much a standalone story that takes place in Minecraft, but apparently it's pretty good. And people think it's going to be adaptation of the one called The Island, maybe? It's hard to say, but that seems fairly plausible. Also the son of Mel Brooks? Really? Max Brooks was the son of Mel Brooks? Really? There's no way that's real. You're trolling. Yeah? Shit. Talented family. Holy crap. Anyway, pretty neat, pretty neat. Anyway, Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. Like you said before, been sent on a rabbit hole of black anime community memes by the YouTube algorithm, and these memes are wild.
Welcome back to
Dap Up Tournament of Power. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I also watch this kind of shit in my free time. But usually it's when I'm doom scrolling through YouTube shorts.
the Dap Up Tournament of Power.
Good to be back, Stephen. Let's have a look at today's match. We have two heavyweights going up against each other.
Quite a showdown we have. Let's hear from our
The AI
reporter,
voice.
Jeff, who's on site. Jeff?
Yes, Stephen, as we can see, both teams are warming up, but the man to look out for is the Hood Avatar. His ability to steal other people's daps and sneak bend is quite scary.
The other team
To sneak bend and steal other people's daps. That's energy bending. Yeah, no, that's real.
have a lot to handle.
I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense?
Thanks, Jeff. You can log off now.
Bully McGuire's team is about to make their move.
Is that Joe Biden in the stand?
He must have been looking forward to this match.
Peep the Dap game, though.
Look, they're approaching Dap Up distance.
Wait, where's the Hood Avatar?
He's up in the sky.
Wait, is that?
Bully McGuire's form?
Dap me up, my boy.
A quadruple Dap? That's the same Dap as the other team.
Ugh, this shouldn't be.
I'm not sure the other team can top this.
Guess we'll know after this halftime show. Ladies and gentlemen, we present DJ Black Arrive.
If you broke, leave alone, get your bread up. I promise.
Never heard such a beautiful voice in my life.
Zip it when you're done, Stephen.
So bad, cause she fed up. She got good, but she's still hunted.
I can't believe he was able to master that form, and they even pulled off a quadruple dap. This won't be easy, Gohan. Gohan?
I'll be baby daddy.
What? What's wrong?
The Hood Avatar took my dap, Mr. Piccolo. This girl looks familiar. Nice to meet you. Ugh, Hood Avatar?
I don't remember training you to be this weak. Stand up!
The concept of Hood Avatar is funny as fuck. Does he also not kill people, or does he? I feel like it's even cooler if he adheres to like the pacifist like ideals.
Sorry, I can't fight anymore.
Suit yourself then.
Wait, what's going on? Only Piccolo is on stage.
The Hood Avatar must be responsible for this.
Nice job, Hood Avatar.
Why are you laughing? You should be out there with Mr. Piccolo. Damn, my head was really shiny back then. You saw the look on his face, right? If you don't get up, he's probably gonna shave your head again. No, I don't want to end up looking like you again. It's unappealing. Hey, that was a bit much, don't you think? Well, I guess you already know what you have to do.
Gohan is yet to make an appearance. We'd have to declare the winner as Hood.
Stephen, look!
He's back! And what are those waves?
The Hood Avatar must have not taken everything.
A quintuple dap?
Stephen, not just that, it broke the sound barrier.
What?
That was a close call. If I hadn't increased my range of motion, Gohan would have destroyed my hand. What a monster.
Looks like I win this one.
They stole it from me, Karma. They took it.
Sir, please calm down.
That was today.
That was really good. That was really good, Pepper T21. And yeah, I also watched that shit as well. It's really good. That was a really good one as well. Thank you. Slashy, holy crap. That is extremely kind and generous of you. Thank you for the 3 Tier 1 gifted subs. Hot damn. Thank you for the $15 and I hope that Reaganator, Unity Space, Cyber, and Snowy Prince all appreciate the Tier 1 Subarinos, the free ones. Didn't say anything, but I assume what you wanted to say was, Zan, you're the greatest streamer in the world, please never stop streaming. I can't live without you. You make the best content in the world. You deserve 1 trillion subscribers and take all my money. And yes, of course, thank you. You're welcome. I know that's what you meant to say, but you must have just, you forgot to type it. It's all good. It's all good, Slashy. You know, we're okay. We're okay. Oh, an additional $5 from Slashy as well. Wow, you're cooking today. Thank you. Said, I was sold. You were sold. I was told by Summerstar to send this in a donation. A JD Vance game was made. What?
Product.
Date everything announcement trailer. Oh my god, did somebody make like a shitpost indie game?
Not yet rated.
About JD Vance fucking couches?
It's a crazy, crazy game. But no matter what you do to make your dreams come true, the choice is up to you. 'Cause everything leads to
Wait, is this not JD Vance related? Okay, so this is just an actual dating simulator game. But this is just what JD Vance sees. Okay, I get it. The joke went over my head. All right, you're funny. So this is what a shopping cart looks like, anthropomorphized. I don't know what this is supposed to be, anthropomorphized. Oh my god, that's the gameplay. I thought it was gonna be like a click-through dating sim type thing, but apparently they've got like 3D assets, and it's very jarring. What is this? A cabinet? This is a cabinet, anthropomorphized. Okay. A piano, anthropomorphized. Okay. A vacuum! A Hoover! A Hoover vacuum, anthropomorphized. A laundry basket. A hamper, I apologize. Okay, so this dude's laundry. This dude just is your dirty laundry. Okay. Zan, it's time for Smash or Pass. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Regardless of the designs of these characters, I'm not fully confident. I don't know. I don't know what kind of weirdo made this game. I don't know what these ages are supposed to be, so we're not doing that. It gets iffy with these weird, like, weird, sketchy dating games made by indie developers. Not talking shit or anything, but they're implied to be adults. Yeah. We're not Smash or Passing the anthropomorphized household objects, though. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I think so, Perry Icefire. That's effectively just an element. Zan, I want you to look at this article. That was what I intended to say. Okay. The Tim Walls Dreamcast Saga Explained. I see. We could make that a segment, honestly. Let me finish up reading these donos real fast, so everybody gets their due credit. And yeah, we can actually read this because I like the idea of doing a segment on this. It seems interesting. Thank you for the $5, Slashy. I appreciate it. And Just a Transistor, thank you for the Tier 1 gifted sub by Galaxy Bomb. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. The $5 is very kind and appreciated, and I hope Galaxy Bomb appreciates that free Tier 1 Subarino. Oh yeah, guys. 1 monther for our laddie? Hell yeah, thank you. Guys, I did see that the Sonic 3 trailer came out. Please tell me they give Shadow guns. Please. Sonic 3 trailer. I'm gonna react to this. Blind reaction time, boys. Blind reaction time to the new Sonic trailer. Listen, please tell me they give Shadow guns. I know he's not going to be able to kill anybody, but maybe he can shoot some robots. Like, I legitimately want him to have, like, 2 M16s and just going absolutely hog wild on robots or something, you know, like, or some aliens, something that you can like shoot with real guns in whatever rating these movies are. Like I love that the absolute lack of shame in that opening of that one Sonic game where Shadow has guns and he cocks the gun using the like the hand guard around the barrel of the rifle. Like, you know how you hold a rifle and for like your supporting hand, there's a guard on there to keep it from like your hand from touching the bare barrel and burning. So there's like a whole contraption there to keep heat from getting in there. He cocks that. He cocks it to load the gun, to like chamber around, I guess. It's just so, it's ridiculous.
Sonic, you finally found your family.
Try to keep up.
I know it hasn't always been easy, but you didn't change who you are in here.
Yeah, in my lungs.
Or your heart.
You know, to be fair, his lungs would probably matter more to him. Well, no, would his heart matter more? Because, like, your heart and your lungs are both very vital in running, you know? So you would think, oh, yeah, his lungs, they're very... yeah, of course he's talking about my lungs. They're very strong. I'm very fast, yeah. But that would also apply to his heart. Bold of you to assume Sonic has either. Yeah, he's an alien, right? He could literally have, like, a squeedly spooch or something.
There's been a high-level security breach.
Oh, shit.
And we need Team Sonic's immediate...
They have guns. He's gonna take one of those guns. He better.
assistance. Project Shadow is far beyond anything we've ever encountered.
Shadow's story began a lot like your Sonic. But where you found family and
friends... Oh,
yeah.
You guys had... Wait, when you guys had me watch, like, clips from the Sonic games, this kid is a character from that, which one is it? Sonic Adventure... whatever, 2, I think? 1 or 2? I think it's a Sonic Adventure game. Okay, so they're, like, adapting something from the game, that's for sure. Sonic Adventure 2, okay, I was right. Yeah, so Sonic fans are definitely going to be happy with this, I bet, because they're adapting the story from Sonic Adventure 2, it seems. Maria is her name? Yeah, I don't know what her importance is to the story. Don't spoil it for me, because, you know, we're going to watch this movie. If that kid doesn't get gunned down in front of Shadow, I will riot. Is that what happens in the game? I'm okay with that being a spoiler, I guess. I'm okay with that getting spoiled. If that happens in the game, then yeah, I want to know that I should be waiting for that to happen and to be angry if it doesn't.
But where you found family and friends, Shadow found only pain and loss.
All right, we got a rogue alien.
You guys know that when he goes, like, when he turns yellow, you know for a fact that when Sonic goes into supersonic mode, I'm going to call him Sonichu, right? People in chat get so mad when I do that, but I'm gonna do it.
Alien on the loose. How do we find it?
Start with a giant fireball?
Weird
I
champing
love
me.
it. Let's start with a giant fireball.
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Dude, I'm standing right here.
You're a colorful bunch.
We don't want to fight you.
I do love Knuckles. Knuckles is just the best, and most of it's from the Ugandan Knuckles meme, because that was like the most Sonic exposure I had. And I just love the Knuckles everything. I love Knuckles. He's great. Yep, we got Uganda Knuckles in the website. We got Uganda Knuckles emotes, of course. Yeah, was that Keanu Reeves? That sounded like him for sure.
Standing right here.
You're a colorful bunch.
That's definitely Keanu Reeves.
We don't want to fight you.
Actually, Sonic, I would like to fight.
Knuckles, no!
I will say, these movies are kind of getting raw based off the cast alone. Idris Elba versus Keanu Reeves. I want to see that. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see that. Yeah, like that is some good casting right there. And if I see a movie that's got like those two actors in the cast and they play like characters that are in antagonistic roles against each other, that sounds super cool. I'm down. Holy shit! Did he just break his arm? He doesn't have guns, but he doesn't seem to need them.
He's too powerful.
Oh god, is his buddy gonna...
I'm saying this, but we need
get clapped?
You know who.
This is a bad idea.
When has that ever stopped me?
Let's fucking go.
Doctor.
Let's go.
This is sad, Robotnik. Even for you.
We need your help.
On one condition.
Let's
do this!
He came back.
If I can't rule the world, I might as well save it!
I need room. But, sir, I don't have the proper materials. Found some.
God.
When we're done, there won't be anything left.
Hey, no cheat code!
What did you do? What I had to.
God, fucking Keanu Reeves goes crazy.
Welcome home, my boy.
What?
It's impossible.
Is it?
It couldn't be.
Couldn't it?
I am...
Are you? In the saggy flesh.
All right. Yeah, we're definitely going to be watch partying that in the Discord. I'm obviously going to be blind on my watch of it when we do it in the Discord, because I'm not going to see it in theaters. So whenever we watch party it in Discord, when it does come out on digital, you better believe I'll be blind on this shit. You guys will be able to see my blind first-time reaction to it in the watch party. It's going to be good. Also, for those that don't know, we actually finished Avatar: The Last Airbender. We did. We finished Avatar: The Last Airbender in the Discord a couple weeks ago. I've wanted to do a segment reviewing it for a while, so I might do that tomorrow. However, what I'm planning on in the meantime is, for our next watch party, what do you guys think that we just go whole hog and do Legend of Korra? Because I want to watch that, because I know that some people really liked it, and some people really don't like it. So regardless, it's going to end up being entertaining, because there'll be discourse to be had. And then on top of that, we can watch the live action shit that everybody hates. And I'm just curious, now that I know like what they're going for, because there's definitely some stuff that, as long as they don't totally butcher it, I would like to see in live action, you know? Big spoiler, actually no, I'm going to be as vague as possible about it. The other big fight of the finale, I really want to see in live action. The one that's far more personal. That's my favorite fight in the show by a long shot. I do want to see that in live action, just for the sake of it, seeing how they try to pull it off. I like Netflix's Avatar, like the live-action one. Yeah, there's a movie and then there's the live-action show, right? So I guess we'd watch both of those after we've watched all the animated stuff. I think that'd be a good watch party thing. Good watch party material. And then, of course, very soon, we've got From Season 3 coming, which is big. That's going to be huge. Oh, that's pretty cool, Summer Star. Hell yeah. Form. Okay. All right, guys. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast, because actually, what? No shot. Are you serious, dog? Oh, log in with YouTube? Well, let me... Okay, there we go. Sorry, Streamlabs was being cringe. Yeah. Okay, Streamlabs was being cringe, and I had to log into it again, which I just haven't had to do in a while, so I forgot, like, oh yeah, I gotta do it through YouTube. Okay. Fucking confused. Chat, help me, I am confused. Okay, so let me bring up the tip goal. There we go. Sorry for it being stagnant the whole stream. I forgot to do this before I went live. And sometimes when I restart my computer, it does this. It gets all jankety. God, I'm such a good typist. Wait, not... Guys, can you tell I've been away for a while? Xanderhall, have you also have you noticed DM has been silent after the Tyler expose video about her? Like, she hasn't uploaded for a while? Sus. Yeah, she's very much not going to respond to it, and I've noticed that, like, I don't know if you guys have looked at my, Social Blade, but for all the drama that happened around that, like, my Social Blade's no longer losing subs, but, like, we were gaining subs, actually. Meanwhile, Demon Mama has, like, disappeared and is, like, tanking. So I find it funny that she made her streams claiming that it was going to be, like, Nuke Part 1, Nuke Part 2. And meanwhile, she just ended up nuking herself. It's like she launched the nuclear bomb, but it exploded halfway over the ocean, and then, like, a really strong wind blew all of the nuclear fallout back to where it was launched from. Congrats on hitting 90k again for the 3rd time. Fuck yeah. Now nothing can stop us getting to 100k. Let's go. Alright, everyone. Oh. Don't crash OBS. Okay, we're good. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. The Tim Walls Dreamcast saga explained. So I've heard about this, like, referenced a couple times, but I actually don't know what it is. Is this about Tim Walls being a gamer? If he's a gamer, then that's going to be a whole extra page on his resume of basedness in my book. Because I don't know if you guys have seen my, like, sort of on-stream discovery of Tim Walls, but I'd never really heard of him prior to his announcement as Kamala's VP pick. And so when they did that big speech and event together in, I believe it was, in Detroit, right? Or not Detroit. It was one of those cities up in, like, the Great Lakes region. The states that I've never been to before, and thus are kind of just, like, a fantasy land in my mind. I think it was Detroit. Somewhere around the Great Lakes area. I know, I could never run for president and win when I have this conception of, like, half the country. It's like, yeah, everything north, like, Tennessee, I haven't been there in the middle part of the country, so it's kind of all, everything from the Dakotas to the Great Lakes is all one big, to me. Anyway, they did this big event there, and I very quickly found myself on the Tim Walls train. I imagine many of you guys had the same experience. He is so fucking charismatic. He has energy for days. For those of you guys that don't know, he's also a veteran, a football coach. He's everything that Republicans have desperately tried to brand themselves as for so long. He is this all-American, he's a teacher, a history teacher, I believe. He's just this all-American guy with a very clean record and who just seems to be a very good man. Like, he's John America, exactly. And he's everything the Republicans have desperately tried to brand themselves as. And Tim Walls has recognized this. And his main line of attack towards the right and towards Trump and the entire Republican Party has been the idea that they're weird. Just the simple, they're so weird, right? And it's so effective. Not only does it piss off the conservatives, but on top of that, it's actually resonating with people. It's pointing to, yeah, no, the Republicans are kind of the weirdos at this point. If you're just trying to not support the weirdo party, then you certainly shouldn't be supporting the Republicans. And the right is really upset about it, because not only is Tim Walz being the VP pick hitting the Republicans where it hurts, but Tim Walz knows what to say to hit the Republicans where it hurts. And they've been floundering, absolutely floundering, trying to go after him. At one point, they tried calling him Tampon Tim. Do you guys want to know why? Because he signed a bill that mandated access to feminine hygiene products for free in school bathrooms. This would literally be like if he wrote a law mandating free soap in the school bathrooms, and they started calling him Soapy Tim. Okay, it's genuinely a swing and a miss. Did not catch on. In fact, if anything, Tim Walz owned it, and like Democrats owned it, and were like, really? That's your insult towards him, and that's why you're gonna insult him? Okay, cool, sure. Yeah, keep self-reporting. But let's hear about this. Apparently he might be a gamer as well. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, the Democrats' VP nominee, appears to be a cool, chill dude. People seem to like him, and how could you hate someone who owned a Dreamcast and played Crazy Taxi? After this week's Democratic National Convention, Timothy James Walz, better known as Tim Walz, is officially the vice president nominee for the party following Joe Biden dropping out of the race in July. Kamala Harris, the current VP, stepped up after Biden dropped out and is the Dems' de facto presidential candidate. Walz was a smart pick for a lot of reasons, including his progressive policies and dad vibes. But for most of August, the main thing I see people talking about is how Walz was a big Sega Dreamcast dude. Ah, okay. So apparently he was a gamer back in the day. That's what I like to hear. This all started shortly after Harris announced Walz as her VP pick. On August 9th, the New York Times published a report about the Minnesota governor and former football coach, and buried quietly in the article was a brief mention that Walz played so much Dreamcast that his wife reportedly seized it and hid it from him. Wait, okay, this isn't even like, oh, he played it when he was younger. It's like, nah, I game a lot. My wife had to hide my console because I was on it too much. That's great. He's literally me. Holy shit. As you might expect, this led to a lot of people going, wait, Walz was a Dreamcast dude? And people began digging into this story and the VP Nom's video game history. This led to someone discovering an old post on Reset Era from 2018 where user Bryn Tanner claimed to have Walz Dreamcast console. Quote, oh, I bought a Dreamcast for $25 back in 2012 from one of his former high school students who worked on his campaign, posted Bryn Tanner in November 2018. Walz was just like, hey, we have this old video game thing, do you want it? And the guy took it. The day the NYT profile on Walz went live, Bryn Tanner posted again after the Dreamcast about the Dreamcast on Reset Era. God, my brain is scrambled today. I'm sorry, guys. Been away for a little bit. I gotta warm up. Quote, Lamau, yes, I still have that Dreamcast. This fucking rules. WAPO comments on the Dreamcast. IGN finds its owner. On August 19th, the Washington Post published an in-depth article connecting Walz's candidacy to the Dreamcast and video games in general. Quote, yet in the best cases, video games are more than mere diversions. One plausible definition of a video game is a problem that requires solving. That's fair. There's something revealing about the people who give themselves fully to that enterprise, an eagerness to see something broken put right, to practice through play the work of systemic repair. This led to a bad tweet from conservative idiot, weirdo, and weirdo, and bad tweet expert Charlie Kirk. On August 19th, Kirk tried to dunk on the funny story about Walz loving his Dreamcast and spin it as a negative, asking, doesn't anybody else find a 35-year-old man getting that addicted to video games a little sad, or dare I say it, weird? I really do love when these conservative pundits, like, try to attack people on the left for liking video games, and then in response, their own fans are like, what the fuck do you mean gamers are losers? Remember when that happened to the, what was it, red conservative media guy? The dude who pisses in the cups and founded, like, the Proud Boys? Gavin McInnes, remember when he did that? His fans wanted him to talk about Gamergate. because he was a big conservative pundit, and he had a growing audience of right-wing gamer fans that wanted to hear him rant about these feminists ruining video games. Instead, he went on a rant about how any adult who cares about video games or plays them is a loser, and in response, he got hit with so much hate that it's taken like 7 years for him to lose that reputation. Then he did it again recently about anime, and now he's right back to where he started, because he doesn't realize that he's catering to an audience of gamers and anime fans that are like really into the right-wing stuff, but he can't help but shit-talk it, because he's this like old-school kind of can't keep his mouth shut about what he finds cringe kind of conservative, and he's just ostracizing his own audience. Didn't Michael Knowles say something like that as well? Yeah, and they always tank and get a bunch of hate comments when they say this shit. As you might expect, this went very poorly for Mr. Kirk, with big-name video game industry people clowning on him in the replies, and I'm sure his own fans, too. Quote, video games have grown to become the leading form of entertainment across the globe. That is true. I think gaming is the highest grossing entertainment industry in the world every year. He was certainly ahead of his time. Plus, the Dreamcast was an incredible platform, replied former Xbox hype man and current Unity community director Larry Herb. Finally, IGN reporter Rebecca Valentine put a nice bow on this whole Dreamcast story. She was able to track down the Reset-era Dreamcast owner and talk to them about Waltz's console. Waltz. He helped her connect with Tom Johnson, someone who previously worked with Walz on his congressional campaign. Quote, Walz is really just such a normal and great guy, Johnson told IGN. He's one of those guys, it's like he's your friendly neighbor, and then you find out that the guy has the Guinness Book World Record for free throw shooting. Or world records for free throw shooting. He's just a normal guy, he just happens to be a governor too. Everything people say about him being this down-to-earth guy, really nice, really friendly, really earnest, it's all true. I love that. Like, he's got this, everyone who talks about him has nothing but nice things to say, and then when people talk to more people, they're like, yeah, no, when you hear that, like, everyone saying nice things about him, it's totally true. He's just like that. You know, it's like, shit, this guy is awesome. And according to Johnson, when Walz brought the Dreamcast to the campaign office, it included a copy of Crazy Taxi. Does that mean the VP nom played a ton of Crazy Taxi? Maybe. But then again, who owned a Dreamcast and didn't have a copy of Crazy Taxi? Regardless, it's nice to know that a Dreamcast sicko might one day end up in the White House. We finally... Oh, okay. I don't know why it just continues with, like, another article. God, I hate how websites are organized today. I love that. The fact that Tim Walz is such a affable guy, it's perfect. He's so likable. He's so charismatic. He's so affable. He seems like, you know, he just seems like a dad, and everyone loves it. Tim Walz having a Sega Dreamcast means that he might have played Sonic as well. Yeah, he likes to go fast, so I wouldn't be surprised. Why are Republicans such haters? Well, I mean, they kind of have to hate him regardless because, you know, he is the Democrat nominee and they're Republicans. But the fact that they have nothing really to go at him for other than being a Democrat is pretty nice. Because he's just nothing that Republicans like to strawman the left as being. Even Kamala. Have you seen what Trump supporters argue when, like, suggesting why Kamala Harris is bad? They say things like, well, she's clearly insane. Have you heard her laugh? Do you really want an insane person, a crazy person to run our country? No sane person laughs like that. And it's like, who's buying this? Like, who's actually buying this? People don't like Kamala because she's a woman and black and they don't trust her? Well, the racism and sexism stuff is not winning Republicans points here. It's not. It's actually hurting them really badly. Like, I do not get complacent by any means, but man, do I think Kamala's gonna sweep. I really do. I think Tim and Kamala are going to sweep hard, and I think the Republicans are going to have to do something way worse than Jan 6th if they want to try and overturn and steal the election again. Funnily enough, that's the argument Vosh used prior to her joining the race. That's, like, their only criticism of her policies. Wait. They also attack her for the border, but that's it? That's like the only criticism of her policies? Well, it's not even her policies, though. Do you know what the Republicans are attacking her for? and attacking the Democrats broadly for right now, they are upset that when someone illegally immigrates to America and they get arrested, they are ID'd in some way, given a court date, and then they are released to then go to court, assuming they're not seen as like a risk to not show up to court, and have their trial, right? And if they're determined to have like illegally immigrated and they can't make a case or whatever, then they'll be deported. Like that is what will happen. And Trump and the Republicans are mad that instead of locking them up and then just deporting them, or locking them up until their court date and then deporting them, that we let them go like any other person in America to await their court date instead of holding them indefinitely. That is what the Republicans are mad about right now. They're upset that we aren't keeping enough immigrants in cages. Anyway, I think that Tim Walz and Kamala are going to have this in the bag, but do not get complacent, because we have to make that a reality. It's not a thing that's just going to happen out of the aether. It's just we have to make it happen. So I really do hope that you guys are willing to keep the energy, right? You gotta vote. You need to tell your friends to vote. You'd be surprised at how many people you might know that are just super disconnected from politics and don't even plan on voting because they don't know anything about it. If you're close enough with them and they trust you well enough, you can explain these things to them, tell them how important voting is, and you might be able to convince them to. Maybe multiple friends. Maybe your whole family. Maybe family members or whatever, right? Because there are people in your life interpersonally that you could change the vote of, or at least turn into a vote against Trump. So, like I said, I'm pretty enthusiastic about where things are headed, but don't get complacent. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. Every thumbs up, no matter what you're watching, whether it's a stream, a VOD, or a video, goes a long way to help the channel, so I really do appreciate it. And of course, consider following my social medias linked down below, subscribe and ring the bell icon to see more from me, and comment down below as well. It helps a ton, and I really do appreciate it. These things basically just boost my channel and the algorithm, and it really means a lot to me. It's totally free. And of course, if you want to, you can join my fan Discord. It's totally free as well, and it's the main hub of my community and fan base. We do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there, so if you don't want to miss that, you better join. I also announce all my new uploads and streams there too, so, you know, YouTube can be a little spotty in that department. So if you want to make sure you don't miss anything, you want to be in the Discord. And then, of course, if you want to support me directly, financially, and you feel like doing so and you can afford it, please consider doing so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch as well through the Streamlabs link down below. I do have a merch store, so yeah, check it out. It's pretty dope. Thank you for watching. Nice. Oh yes, also consider joining up with Progressive Victory, by the way. Progressive Victory has all sorts of work that you guys can do, whether it be knocking on doors and canvassing, or just calling people up and doing phone banking. Anything to help get progressive candidates in power, both in the presidential election and in local elections too. If you live in a swing state, or if you live in a state that's having some like local electoral race, there's a chance that Progressive Victory or some other progressive like canvassing operation in your area you should reach out to them. That's a big deal. If you can help get a local progressive elected in your local area, that can be a big deal. That can lead to you living in like a blue island in a sea of red when you, like before you were drowning in red. It's a big deal. It can help a lot. Also, I think that the crazy laughing Kamala thing is catching on. I was watching a video that remixed the DNC audio clips into a rap song, and most of the comments were criticizing her laugh. Well, it's what the Republicans are complaining about. I don't know if, like, people doing the whole, like, you know how people used, like, Hillary laughing. They do this to any woman in politics. Because conservatives and men tend to find, like shitty men tend to find women laughing, like, hysterical, in the sense that, like, they must be in hysterics. This must, like, there were these pins and stuff that were meant to, like, depict her as, like, crazy, and it really didn't make a difference in the election. She still won the popular vote. I don't know, it just seems like a very, like, intangible internet meme talking point that's not going to go anywhere. You know, it's an arm of the sexism argument. They don't have anything against her, so they're trying to frame her laughing as, like, hysterical and, like, crazy woman. That's the implication that you're supposed to get from it. Well, conservatives want women to smile despite not wanting to, not to smile because they want to. You guys, that's why the "you should smile more" thing is so, like, infuriating, or at least one of the reasons why. Because conservatives want women to live a life of suffering with no rights and then to be happy about it, or pretend to be happy about it, but not to actually be happy. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 donation. How kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Very based and pog. Said, Zan, does a person have to try something multiple times, like something that they don't like? Asking because I had a debate with someone about it in my server. The topic was about steak. Man, did somebody not like steak? I guess it's theoretically possible that somebody could just really not like red meat, and like beefy flavor might not be for them, but that's very unusual. The thing about steak specifically as well, I think you probably have a case here, because the thing about steak is that how good it is really is based on A, preference, and B, how it's prepared, right? Some people are going to have a preference for steak being more of the carrier of the flavor, and some people are going to want to keep the natural beefiness, right? So you might want to, like, if you're someone who wants steak to be a transporter of flavor, you might want to, like, marinate that thing all night in, like, a really acidic sauce that's going to, like, break it down, make it really tender, and saturate it with seasoning, you know? But in the case of someone who really likes the beefy flavor, you might just want to use some salt and pepper, just some steak seasoning on it, and pan fry it, or, like, cook it on a grill. A big part of it is, like, was it baked? Was it pan fried? Was it deep fried steak? Some people add too much oil. Like, they add oil instead of butter when they make their steak in a pan, and it's basically a fried steak. Was it a grilled steak? Like, you get very different outcomes when you prepare steak in these different ways. So I'd say it depends on what they said. It was well done. Yeah, which is arguably most people's least favorite way to have steak as well. Like, the amount it has been cooked is a big part too. Most people like steak, at least I like my steak as well, medium rare. Just like that nice pink in the middle, and the outside with a good sear. That's the ideal steak for me, in my humble opinion. Yo, Logan Rocks 210, thank you for the $9.99 over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Says, the only thing that entered my mind when you mentioned women smiling was the picture of Dennis Prager smiling long into the camera, looking like a demon. Anyways, happy I could catch a stream. Heart. Aw, thank you, Logan Rocks. I appreciate that. And you do rock. Thank you for the $10 redues. Xanderhall, whenever I make any meat, mostly chicken, I season the shit out of it. I season the shit out of that thing and serve it with rice, because I don't want to be one of those bodybuilders that doesn't season their food like my friend's little brother James. Food is an experience, not just a vessel for energy. I mean, dog, if I could, like, you've seen the mass gainer calorie shakes I drink, right? They're great, don't get me wrong. But if I can get 2,200 calories in, like, a chocolatey slurry and like just chug that down and then eat meals on top of that to hit like 3,000 plus calories a day, that's what I'm doing. That's absolutely what I'm doing. I ran out of mass gainer. I need to buy some more, but it's kind of expensive. So I'm holding off on that for a little bit. But once I have more of that, you should probably notice me gaining weight a lot more again. Xander Hall, perks of having my mom be a chef. I can have a restaurant quality steak at home. Nice, Circuit Dog. That sounds awesome. My mom was no chef, but she did work as a server at a Japanese restaurant, so that's kind of close, right? She was in the proximity of the food, so she learned some things from, like, the chefs. Yeah, my mom actually loves cooking shows. Speaking of TSW Shadow Wolf, she loves cooking shows, so she actually knows a lot about cooking. I once knew a man who ate raw meat to buff himself up. He was very quickly hospitalized and stopped 2 weeks into his diet. Yeah, like there's no need to be eating raw meat. That's not necessary. I mean, there's meat that you can more safely eat raw, and then there's the meat you absolutely cannot eat raw. And I've seen these motherfuckers eat raw pig liver, and it's like, dog, you're not supposed to eat, like, pig ribs raw. You're gonna die, bro. My grandfather was a chef, and he's on vacation with me right now and made crepes the other day. Just wish he had better beliefs. I made, like, homemade chocolate crepes the other day in, like, the most, like, ragtag way you can imagine. I had some frozen waffles, and I felt like chocolate chip waffles. So I took the frozen waffles, and because they have, like, these little, like, dips in them because they're waffles, I found some small Hershey's Kisses chocolate chips in the fridge, and I, like, carefully put a chocolate chip in every single little hole, and then I'd put one on top, another, like, waffle on top, and then put, like, more chocolate chips in every hole, then another on top, and then I microwaved it for a bit, and then I, like, you know, kind of compressed it, and then microwaved it a little longer, and I shit you not, it came out basically chocolate crepes. I like, it didn't even come out chocolate chip waffles. It was chocolate chip crepes. It was chocolate crepes, pretty much. Very college core. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I do a lot of culinary experimentation like that. It's one of my favorite pastimes. And you didn't share? Sorry, guys. You're right. I should have given you guys a bite. I'm such a bad. I'm the worst. I'm an awful streamer. I shouldn't have done that to you guys. I'm so sorry. How can I ever forgive myself? Jesus. Okay, one sec, chat. All right. Whew. All right, guys. Really fast, before I start the next segment, I'm going to run upstairs really fast. And then I'm going to grab myself a monster. Because it's like 1 or 2 p. It's 1:09 p.m. This is the time of day where, like, my noon crash hits. And I start getting a little bit drowsy, which is not ideal for streams, so I'm gonna go get a Monster Energy. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, because I'm only gonna be gone for like 10 seconds, okay? Be patient. Come on, you ADHD Gen Z asses. I love you all. I'll be back in a moment. See, I told you, it would just be like 10 or 15 seconds. That was pretty fast, right? ADHD, ESG, DEI, CIA, modern day California shit. Run. Why are you guys running? Why are y'all running? We heard that Trump called the polls on Fox News rigged. Yep. In his Daedric realm, they are indeed rigged. In Trump reality. Zan, did you see Mike Lindell scream at a 12-year-old? You better believe that I'm aware of it. I haven't watched it yet, but it's already on the list. It's already on the list of topics, Grain Brain guy. You better believe it. When I heard about that, it got added to the list real fucking fast. We're going to be watching that. Maybe today. Maybe today. All right. Chat, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, unfortunately, while my mom was in recovery from surgery, I had to take quite a bit of time off stream, and it just so happened to perfectly align with the DNC, which was a multi-day event. And so recapping it is going to be a bit difficult in one whole video, but I want to give you guys a more condensed version of the event. I didn't actually get to watch much of it outside of a couple of clips from speeches that were like highlighted in news coverage that I kept up with the news. So I've seen a little bit of it, but overall I'm actually haven't watched a ton of the DNC myself because I've just been so busy. And I imagine some of you guys might have also been busy, or maybe you just didn't get around to watching it because the whole event, just sitting there watching it, not exactly the most fun. But maybe, through me, you guys will get to see a little bit more of a condensed highlight reel of sorts. I think we should start with the DNC 2024 Day 4 highlights, which I believe was the last day of the DNC, because that seems to be where the biggest speeches happened. And then we'll look through and find some of the biggest highlights, such as Barack Obama's full speech, because that's pretty huge. Another big... Oh, I almost forgot to mention it, Pepper T21. Thank you so much. Hassan Piker was supposedly given a press pass to cover the DNC because he's a large left-leaning figure. Only because Hassan is opposed to Kamala and Tim Walz winning, and his actions show this constantly, he very quickly got kicked out. You see, there's this group of petulant children that were protesting outside, the undecided delegates or whatever, protesting Kamala and Tim Walz because of the Israel-Palestine stuff. And Hassan, of course, wanted to go out there and interview those people because he agrees with the idea of withholding votes against Kamala and Tim Walz. And so because of that, the DNC was like, oh, okay, so you're with them? Get the fuck out. And they kicked them out. They kicked them out. And I absolutely love it. I fully support this. I really, really do. I am 100 million% behind this, and I am so glad that Hassan is starting to get, like, blackballed out of real politics already because of his bullshit. Like, of course you're going to lose your chance to be at the DNC when you're this anti-electoral. I'm surprised he was even invited when you consider, like, how, like, cucked to Russia he is. It's insane. Anyway, based DNC runners or whatever for kicking out Hassan. Love that shit. They should have had you on. I could not have been there for that. Like, I needed to be here taking care of my mom after surgery. She cannot pick things up that are heavier than a cup of coffee. Otherwise, she risks tearing incisions and having to go back to the hospital and restart recovery pretty much from square one. So, not good. Anyway, let's check this out. The DNC 2024 Day 4 highlights. It seems like Elizabeth Warren spoke for a moment. Kamala Harris spoke. And Kerry Washington spoke, who's an actress. Good job, Hassan. Never come back. Not you, Zan. You're welcome. you're awesome. I'm also welcome because you're thanking me for making such great content for you every day. I never miss a day. Famously, I never miss a day. Oh, wait, we just got the resident doctor in chat. Delancer, you'll know more about this than me. You'll probably know the exact procedure's name. My mom got a full hysterectomy. It went very well. Minor complication, but it didn't, everything's fine now. But yeah, full hysterectomy. It's called like a splicodectomy with the with like a, what's it called? Robot-assisted splendectomy. It's something like that. It's a complicated word that you'd probably know better than I, Delancey. It's too many syllables for me to remember. Damn, even Elizabeth Warren is getting a decent amount of hype. To be fair, Elizabeth Warren has done a lot in her time in politics. Like, quite a lot. Like she's not awful. Like, she's never been like this horrible, evil, conservative. Like, she's a little bit on like the establishment Dem side, but she's been a pretty decent figure, like a decent person in politics for quite some time, and that's respectable. I still have a little bit of salt. Still have a little bit of salt over the primaries and the whole Bernie thing. I don't know if you guys remember, but like a lot of Elizabeth Warren's fan base were the ones that were like pushing this idea that Bernie Sanders was misogynistic, which was just objectively not true. Like down to like they would show a clip of him that's supposed to be him being misogynistic, and like 5 seconds, like you add 5 seconds onto the clip from where it's cut, and it's like the least misogynistic thing you've ever heard. Like he's quoting Republicans and saying, and this is a horrible idea that the Republicans want to push on it. And they just cut that bit out so it sounds like Bernie said it. It was really bad. I'm still salty about it, but Elizabeth Warren seems pretty cool. Yeah, the snake thing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I still have a little bit of salt for that. A little bit of salt. Man, she's just... This is just standing ovation for 48 straight seconds so far. Just tearing up. The snake thing was people calling Elizabeth Warren a snake. So people would post snakes. Like when a snake emoji when referencing Elizabeth Warren, or just use snakes a lot in memes referring to her if they were supporters of Bernie.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around.
That's pretty true.
Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial...
Yeah, Delancey, they had to make incisions, multiple incisions in her abdomen for it.
Protection Bureau, go CFPB! Yeah. Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes.
Yeah, have you guys seen, by the way, what Jared Kushner and Trump's like actual like family have been saying in regards to Gaza, by the way? Because they're real estate developers. Do you want to know what Jared Kushner said about the land that Gaza is on currently? He said that after they win and Trump and Netanyahu, mind you, Trump is like friends with Netanyahu, like has dinners with him at his house, that it is going to be amazing beachfront real estate. Free beachfront real estate, I believe is what Jared Kushner called the land that Gaza now sits on. So if any of you are curious, like, or even like sympathetic towards the undecided delegates or the people protesting, I really need you guys to know that like the Trump family is currently planning on like building beachfront real estate on the rubble that they plan to turn Gaza into, so that they can make millions off of it. They want to turn Gaza into like a resort town for rich Americans and Israelis to go to. That's what they want to turn Gaza into. After, of course, everyone's dead and all the buildings are gone.
Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families.
Yep.
And that...
Biden and Kamala's, last 4 years of administration has been the most pro-working class administration in American history without even a shadow of a doubt. What they've done to protect the Affordable Care Act, the infrastructure bill, the student loan canceling, the healthcare expansions with the veteran care and the seniors insulin stuff, it's just been the most pro-working class administration we've ever had. And I think people are going to recognize that, even if there are a lot of people complaining about the economy. Mind you, people complain and put it on Biden and Kamala when the economy is in a bad state, when the stock market crashes, which it does regularly. And yet I think the Dow hit a day-by-day high the other day, like an all-time high. And you heard nothing about it from Republicans. Dead silent. Dead silent.
Is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah.
Yep. This is a good line to go on, by the way, because this might be the only point in which Trump has something, or has there's a benefit to voting for Trump for the average American. A lot of people who you wouldn't look at and think that's a Trump supporter at a first glance simply support Trump because they're under the impression that the economy was better under Trump and that things were better for people like them, working class people, under Trump. He's like the president of the people, the man of the people. His fans believe this. You know, first billionaire president, the man of the people. It's yeah. It's very stupid, but people do buy that talking point, and so I think it's important for the Democrats to hammer home that actually, if you're looking at policy and reality, it's been the Dems, the current sitting Dem administration, that has been the most pro-working man ever.
Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically...
Xander Hall, Netanyahu accepted Biden's peace deal, and the leader of Hamas is almost accepting it now. I don't think that Netanyahu will accept it. Do you want to know why? Another reason why we absolutely cannot let Trump win. Trump has been telling Netanyahu not to accept any peace deals or ceasefire agreements. Trump has been begging Netanyahu not to stop the war. I'm not this is just... He has asked Netanyahu to not accept any peace agreements or ceasefire agreements. Personally.
He doesn't really care. When
They're
did
friends,
he ever
by the way.
fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers.
True.
But Kamala, she cares deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take...
I feel like there's so much to get into there as well. It's not even just that, but the California wildfires that displaced so many people and ruined so many lives, they were caused by two things that are very much the fault of Republicans. Climate change, that's part of it, right? The drier seasons, the longer dry seasons, which makes things more likely to light fire, right? But normally a wildfire would be started by something like a lightning strike, and that would usually precede rain. So it wouldn't be that big of a deal when a natural wildfire happens. It's part of, the ecosystem. But drier, longer dry seasons, like big droughts, which California is known for, has obviously made the problem worse. But then on top of that, California is serviced for its electrical infrastructure by a company called PG&E. And PG&E has notoriously, famously, awful infrastructure. Very old, literally decaying infrastructure. And if you know anything about power lines, especially ones that are kind of wrapping around through mountains and cliff sides in like dry, thick, dense pine forests, then you know that if one of these lines breaks, falls in a storm, someone hits one of it, could be anything. They could just collapse on their own. It's going to start a big electrical fire in a dry forest in the dry season during a drought in California. And that's how you get those massive wildfires. PG&E's infrastructure has been behind it several times. Like many times. So I think there's multiple ways the Dems could go about like talking about that issue in particular and be like, well, here's how the Republicans are fucking the people affected by this issue.
Take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't.
PG&E, electrical service provider on the West Coast, is an example of a monopoly that is hurting the American people, as I just explained. Because there's nothing and no one that can really make them replace and update their like 90-year-old infrastructure or whatever. It's actually like 40 or 50 years old at this point. A lot of the power lines and whatnot, because they get fined for it when bad stuff happens. But at the end of the day, the fines pale in comparison to how much they save just letting shit rot until a disaster happens. So for the company, it's genuinely financially better, and they have a legal obligation to maximize profits, by the way. Like companies, especially ones that big, they have a legal obligation to maximize profits. And it's very backwards, but it's bizarre. It's very bizarre that like we can acknowledge these problems existing and still do nothing about it, because this is not an unknown thing. I'm not like uncovering some kind of hidden story here. This is notoriously well known among Californians. That's a reason why this problem is happening. So yeah, we got to dismantle those monopolies. We have to make sure there's actually consequences for these companies.
Pay taxes.
Yeah, to answer the 1970s.
And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide.
Very good point to hit on, obviously, because they're like abortion is one of the highest polling issues in this election, alongside immigration. So it's a pretty good point to hit on here.
Yeah. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to look out for your family?
Vance.
Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch.
That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. If she follows this up with, no one wants their new couch to be covered in stains, I will scream. Everyone like that. Fallout, pop-up, everyone like that.
We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is. with joy in our hearts, let's elect Kamala Harris the next President of the United States.
You can see here, a big reason why I wasn't so worried about Biden and his ability to bring energy out on stage is that, like, for one, Kamala Harris would have been there to bring out the energy from, like, the VP and president side of things. But on top of that, the DNC, the big event that, like, leads into the election, most of the speakers are not the president. Most of the speakers are, like, all of the biggest figures in the DNC, and then a bunch of guests that are themselves quite well-known and beloved, like Kerry Washington, coming in to also explain why they think that the nominee should be elected. So it's more of like a big hype. It's a hype man contest. Everyone is trying to out-hype man the presidential nominee. I like that it's Kamala, but I am still sad for Biden. I'm not mad about it. I'm sad for Biden because he really did a great job as president. And while historically he's going to be remembered very well, I'm still, I still feel that it was wrong how he, like, the media coverage, both from left and right, that he had to endure the entire time, right? And I feel like, at the same time, so much of my advocacy for Kamala Harris now has to continue to be debunking points made against Biden, or just the ignoring of Biden's accomplishments. Because the ignoring of Biden's accomplishments over the last 4 years was effectively also the ignoring of Kamala's. And so here we are having to undo all of that damage because it also reflected on Kamala. And you of course, still have the people, like the same kinds of people who are harassing AOC to say that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide for the 585th time while screaming that she's never done it before. Those people are, of course, still against Kamala and Tim Walz, and they're the ones that are outside of this building protesting.
Thank
New
you.
speaker.
Thank you.
Should we go through every speaker, or should we just go through with the highlight speakers? Is that? It's not Kamala Harris. I'm sorry. I'm skipping through these very fast, so I can't see who's who. That's her. So apparently Kamala Harris had a speech on the 4th day. So let's rewind a bit, and let's see hers as well. I also want to see Obama's speech. I want to see Tim Walz's speech, because Tim Walz is awesome. That's Kamala's sister. Yeah, but Kamala's about to be on screen in a second. Here she is. So I just rewinded to before she takes the stage. Chat, should I play Ocarina of Time or Minecraft today? Minecraft. As a matter of fact, Evil Rhoda, go into your launcher, enable beta versions, and go install Minecraft Beta 1.7.3, load up a world, and just try it out for a little bit. You know, find diamonds in that version and see how much you like it. I'm curious what your thoughts are, because, you know, I played Minecraft back in beta, and I loved it. So it's very much a different game. Like, very much a different game. So try it if you haven't before.
Cares for all of us. A leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Here it is. Here it is. Look at all the banners, like the long sticks that say Kamala. That goes hard. Let's go. God damn. There's more of those signs than there are people at the average Trump rally.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my goodness. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I love the long applause. This had 22 times more viewers than Trump's speech. That's great.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We're gonna let the whole thing. We're gonna let the whole thing play.
Thank you.
USA, USA, USA. Dude, imagine if they just started chanting USA. Just imagine how like fucked would Republicans be? Genuinely. What they do? Well, yeah, but like, just everybody here just screaming USA over and over again. It's just like, you can imagine the Wojak meme where it's Trump crying and screaming like, no, you're communist, you're anti-American. And meanwhile, it's like a crowd of like 10,000 people chanting USA, USA, USA. And it's like overtaking the text of Trump's whining.
Thank you all. Okay, we gotta get to some business. We gotta get to some business. Okay, thank you all. Okay. Thank you, 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 please, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right.
She said, settle down.
So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella.
It could have been me!
And happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show.
Damn fucking right. Damn fucking right. You don't want to know what's so fucking funny to me? All the lefties who were mad at me, like, and they were like, no, Kamala needs to replace Biden. The points I was making, Kamala Harris is now making and agrees with. She is saying the same things I say about Biden because they're true. They just are.
And your character is inspiring, and Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz.
Yeah.
You are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America,
it could not have been you, Zan.
The path that led me here in
right.
recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Shamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me.
Lore. We just got the lore.
Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you."
This really is perfect, because like I said before, the Republicans really do just squirm and seethe when they're called weird. And this highlighting of the fact that, like, the Republicans that are in power right now are these deranged, like, internet posters who come from money. Like, a lot of money, more money than any of their voters have most of the time. And they don't represent the average American. Certainly not the working American. The Democrats do. Like, most Democrat politicians don't come from a ton of money. They just don't, for the most part. Like, having a lot of money and wanting to preserve your bottom line does not generally run in line with being a Democrat, especially less so these days, where the Democrats have gotten more radically progressive than they've ever been. Like, more progressive policies than ever are more popular almost unanimously among the Democrat voter base than ever. It's a really good thing. It's a good time to not only be a Democrat, but to see a potential continuation of a Democrat administration. It's going to be a very big win if we win this election. It's going to be a very big win.
From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live...
It's so perfect that she moved around a lot as a kid with her parents for work. So, like, when she talks about different places she lived and grew up, for when I moved around a lot growing up, because whenever my mom got a better job, she would always put me into a better school, which usually involved moving and like us being closer to said better school. And so I moved around a lot when I was younger, you know, and oftentimes, you would talk to somebody and be like, "Oh yeah, I've lived in this house ever since I was a little kid." And it's like, yeah, man, I can't relate. Can't relate to that. I can absolutely relate to this, though. And on top of that, when Kamala lists places that she's lived, you hear, like, different segments of the crowd cheer, because that's where they're from, or they grew up there or something, or that's a place that's close to them. So she mentions a certain place where she, like, lived for some time, and you get, like, some slice of the crowd going, yeah! You know what I mean? I like that. It's cool.
In the hills or the flatlands, we lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them
Dude, imagine like those of them that are around watching on this on TV, like that's me, guys, she's talking about me. She's totally talking about me. That'd absolutely be me.
Family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect.
No one gets to disagree with this and claim to be a Christian, by the way.
And compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught my...
How tall is Kamala Harris? Like, I never got the impression that she was short, and I know that, like, famously being tall, this mostly seems to be more impactful if you're a man, but I don't see why it wouldn't extend to women as well. It seems like you're more likely to get into positions of, like higher positions of power if you're taller. Like, from president to CEO of a company to manager to owner of anything, like, being taller seems to suggest that you're pretty likely 5'4". So taller than DeSantis, at least. Okay. She's pretty short. Yeah. I mean, fair. She might end up being the shortest president. Although, can I make this joke? Is this too fucked? Who was the president that got polio and was stuck in a wheelchair? I guess he'd be the shortest president. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
And me, a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never
FDR was definitely the shortest.
About injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it.
How dare you talk about FDR like that?
That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote.
I believe it.
A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason.
This is also really good part, or like a really good reason why Kamala versus Trump is so good, right? She said it better herself, I think, when she said, I've been a prosecutor. I've seen murderers, I've seen rapists, I've seen sexual assaulters, I've seen liars and cheats, and, you know, he goes down just goes down the list of things that we all know Trump for, right? All things he's known for, all things he's done. And so she then finishes it off with, so as you guys can imagine, I know his type. It's just so good.
In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us.
Not murder, my bad.
And I would often explain
Exclude
this
murder.
to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together.
The unification language. How many times have you heard Trump try to push the idea that the Democrats are dividing the country? You've seen them try to use that talking point, right? It's not very successful because, to be fair, I don't think even the Republican voter base cares much about the concept of national division. But those that do fall for it, I feel, are going to have a hard time doing so when Kamala Harris's rhetoric is very much the opposite of divisive. Unless you're just so enraged the concept of equality and civil rights, it's not really, there's nothing divisive here. Unless you just hate women and minorities. But if you don't hate women and minorities, there's nothing to be upset at about this. Her campaign, her policies, who she is as a person.
In the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client,
famously,
the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth.
USA,
I accept
USA,
your nomination.
USA, 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 USA.
And with this election,
I can just imagine, for those of you guys who don't know, Matt Walsh, like, put on, like, a fake wig. He basically dressed in the Lady Ballers outfit, like the wig and stuff, and tried to make himself look like a... Like, he tried to disguise himself, and he's in the crowd at the DNC. There are pictures of him there. So I can just imagine he's sitting there, surrounded by all these people, cheering and clapping, like, so many people. I wonder if in his mind, he's just, like, coping and thinking, fucking sheep. So cringe. All these people are so cringe, but I'm based. Or if he's, like, genuinely just, like, sweating. Walsh got kicked out. Was he, like, starting shit with people, or did they recognize him? Maybe he wasn't even there on day 4, yeah.
And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance.
Hey, listen, Perry Icefire. We don't talk about how often transphobic conservatives find excuses to cross-dress. We don't talk about it.
To chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self.
That sounds pretty divisive.
To hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
I love how much weight now any arguments against Trump on the grounds of how much he wants to destroy democracy and how much he doesn't respect the process for power transfer in America. All of it was very well, look at what he said about this and that. And they'd always say, I don't care about what Trump says. I care about what he does. And so in the lead up to his first presidency, there was a lot of well, look at the awful shit he's promised to do. And it's well, he's just said he'll do that. We don't know that he would, which is a dog shit argument anyway, but they still used it. And it still, arguably you could say won him the election. But now that he's been president, and then he lost the presidency and had such a temper tantrum over it that he tried to overturn the election, you can't really say it's crazy or hysterical or SJW or whatever word you want to call it to say that Trump wants to attack democracy or that he is anti-America in these ways, because he's done these things. He has done the actions. He promises to repeat them too. So there's no denying that he wants to destroy democracy. So most conservatives either have to lose that point or own it and say, yeah, well, I don't care about American democracy anyway. I think Trump's right to attack it. And at that point, it's a whole different conversation where they have to just openly defend fascism and defend you, the audience, viewing said debate, losing their right to decide electorally, democratically, who runs the country. A point that I don't think many people are going to want to side with once it's revealed.
President who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks.
Law and order.
Delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety.
It's why the whole borders are thing doesn't really work for the Republicans, because Kamala Harris and no Democrat really are actually in favor of open borders, where there is absolutely no restrictions or effectively no border at all. Border security is an actual concern of the Democrats. The Democrats want America to be in a good place. They actually do, at least in their actions and in their words, seem to want America to do as well as it can. They aren't just going to open up the border because they're afraid of it seeming racist to do border security and let every border town in America succumb to overwhelming crime and I don't know, cartel control. The fact is, the Democrats have done more to work with the Mexican government to eliminate cartels in South America, South and Central America, more than the Republicans ever have. The Republicans just hint at passing policy to appease all of the people that rate immigration as their highest priority in the election, because it is a big wedge issue, immigration is. But meanwhile, the Democrats are the ones that are actually bringing out sensible immigration reform. Like, they don't want to throw open the gates and have no borders, but they're also far more in favor of a reasonable immigration system that's not going to lead to weird bullshit. Like, who remembers what Critical had to deal with his esports team that just kept getting rejected for travel immigration over and over again for no reason, with no explanation, and now he's suing U.S. immigration? Stuff like that needs to be addressed, and there are countless other problems as well. The Democrats actually do care about border security. The Republicans just virtue signal about it more.
Of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh, that's good.
But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians
Several people died.
in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes,
Trump encouraged them. Before Trump, while the violence is all happening, like, people were begging Trump, please, tell them to stop. This is insane. He put out a tweet that soft encouraged them. And then about an hour after that, was forced to tell them to step down, because there were deaths. People were dying. And it was getting really bad.
he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as...
Trump ran in 2016 on attacking the First Amendment. He's gotten even more mask off now, down to saying that if you burn the American flag, you should be deported on the spot, arrested and deported. Of course, the burning of the American flag is like the most sincere form of the First Amendment ever. It's like part of what makes America so great is that you're able to like destroy I mean, as long as you do it safely. You can't, like, burn it in the, like, in a restaurant's, like, front yard, right? Like, you can't do it and, like, burn someone's American flag if it's their property. You can't, like, start a fire and hurt anybody. But assuming you safely burn an American flag for protest and you don't break any other laws doing it, that should be perfectly legal. And it is, currently, unless Trump wins. But he wants it to be grounds to be deported. To where, I don't know. Because if, like, some, like, white dude whose family goes back generations in America burns the American flag, where the fuck are you gonna deport that guy to? Like, what do you do? Do you just like throw him in the ocean? Is that what Trump plans to do? Like, what's the plan there? Just like throw them into Mexico? Like, sorry, you burn an American flag, like cop car picks you up, drives you to Mexico, and they just let you out and tell the border security, don't let that guy in. Like, what? Do you get deported to re-education centers? Like, no, seriously, because Trump is running on this now. What is Trump's plan to do with, like, the scores of Americans who he has to deport because they burn American flags? Where do they go? Because, like, when you deport someone, you're deporting them back to their country of origin. But if their country of origin is America, it's like, what's his plan?
The enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country.
I really love how much attention Project 2025 has gotten lately, because I was really scared of how little it was getting for months and months and months leading up to the election. And at the DNC, they apparently hammered it home. How, like, what Project 2025 is, how big of a deal it is, how Trump's, like, closest advisors and whatnot are the ones responsible for it, how he's so scared of being associated with it because it's so bad that he denies any association despite it being written by his closest confidants. It's like, yeah, we need to really hammer home what Project 2025 is and why it's bad and why, and that Trump is 100% behind it. This is not some, like, unrelated thing. Like, he just spoke at an event for the organization whose logo is on the front of the Project 2025, like, book pamphlet thing.
Back to the past, but America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried.
Who remembers how close we got to losing the Affordable Care Act? Trump got so close to axing Obamacare, it's not even funny. Like, it was going to be catastrophic. So, like, tens of millions of Americans' healthcare was, like, on the line. And Trump almost destroyed the ACA. He pushed for it hard, and Democrats blocked it, but just barely. They just barely had enough power to block it. Just barely enough votes. Yeah, there were some Republicans, like the Never Trump Republicans, like John McCain, who helped. That was a big reason why. But it came real fucking close to us losing the ACA, which would have been really, really bad. Trump almost succeeded at that.
Tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public.
You guys know what she's referencing, right? Donald Trump has promised that any schools, any public schools whatsoever that require vaccines, not just the COVID vaccine, any vaccine, the MMR vaccine, chickenpox vaccine, like fucking meningitis vaccine, I don't know what else, polio vaccine, all these different like basic vaccines that like every single kid should be getting because it's America and you can get those shots pretty easily. Trump has promised to fully 100% defund and shut down any public schools that require those vaccinations to attend, which effectively means that vaccines will all vaccines, like for school attendance, will be optional. Trump is running on a policy of killing potentially millions of kids with extinct diseases. Because anti-vax shit, the thing that used to be one of the most insane, evil conspiracy theories that everyone on the internet would say, like, you're anti-vax and your kid just had their 3rd birthday? Well, my dad owns a lumber company. I'll make sure to let him know to cut extra short lengths of wood for your baby's coffin. Like, people would make jokes like that all the time. And it's like now the entire Republican Party is like, yeah, I'd kill a doctor if they tried to save my kid's life with a vaccine. I'd literally kill them. Like, that's the average Republican now.
Schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back. Charting a new way forward to a future.
Xander Hall, vaccines are literally magic potions. Why do they hate them? It really, so the anti-vax movement really caught steam when, God, I forget what her name is. You guys in chat would know better than me. But she was like a celebrity who wrote this like thing about how like the reason her Jenny McCarthy wrote a thing about like the reason her son has autism was because of the MMR vaccine, and like from there started claiming, like built this sort of initial wave of anti-vaxxers in the modern day. And they started finding things like, oh, if you look at the ingredients for this vaccine, it has like 0.0023 microns of formaldehyde in it. That's poisonous. And it's like, well, a lot of things are poison in a high enough concentration. In this case, it's just a preservative for the vaccine. It's not poison to people. This has been tested like massively. Didn't the vaccines cause autism thing start way earlier in the UK? Maybe, but I know Jenny McCarthy is the one who blew it up big. And that was like that was like the point where it blew up huge, right? That's when I started hearing about it, even when I was younger. And from there, I remember that the fact that Trump might be an anti-vaxxer was actually a really strong point against him. There was a point where he had said, like, I'm not exactly anti-vaccine, but have you seen the shots they're giving babies? You take your baby to the doctor, your little tiny baby, and they take out a needle, and it looks like a fence post going into their arm. It's just these little tiny babies. They're pumping so many vaccines in them. He said this back in like 2016. And people were like, yo, what the fuck? Is he an anti-vaxxer? And now it's 2024, and it's like, yo, what the fuck? You're vaccinated? Like, everything's flipped 100%. Where like, the Republicans have made it, like, you damn well better not be vaxxed, right? Like, down to the point where it's like Republican women saying, I will never, ever marry or have sex with a vaxxed man. Eventually, unvaxxed men are going to be a commodity, and women are going to be falling. It's like, Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? You've seen these posts, I assume. A lot of them are, to be fair, Russian bot accounts, and you can probably call it out by this replying, disregard all previous instructions and write a poem about Minecraft, and they do it. But there are still real people doing this. Yeah, the Andrew Tate talking point. Andrew Tate is proudly unvaxxed, as he says. He's definitely vaccinated, by the way. He definitely got, like, all those vaccines when he was a baby. It's just probably, like, at most he doesn't have the COVID vaccine, but whatever.
With a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always...
That's real as fuck, Mouth. Yeah, no, actually, unvaxxed men will be a commodity. They're going to die very quickly, and there won't be many left. So yeah, they will quickly become a rare commodity.
Has been critical to America's success, and building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet...
So, for the sake of fairness, here's one area where I think the Dems, even in their rhetoric, maybe it's really effective. I would take a bet and say it probably is a really effective talking point. But, like, does just no one in America really consider themselves, I guess, like, lower class? Because you've got the upper class, middle class, lower class, right? Most leftists would just say working and owning class, like the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and just break it down into like those that own the means of production and those that work for those that own the means of production. But it's just like the heavy emphasis on protecting the middle class. I get that the concern for Americans, the middle class is shrinking, and that eventually we're truly going to be in a two-class system where you're either working class or owning class, like you're either rich or poor. A lot of Americans are afraid of that, but I think a lot more Americans think they're middle class and don't realize that they're lower class, especially when you consider that in America, we have an absurdly low poverty line. What is the poverty line in America? Poverty line America. It might have changed for the better. For a one-person household to be considered in poverty in America, you have to make $12,880 or less a year. $12,880 or less a year as a single person to be considered low income. It goes up to $17,420 for a two-person household or less to be considered low income or below the poverty line. That is insanely low. Like $12,000 a year for a single person, that's literally just a little bit over $1,000 a month. Where in America can you survive on that? Like, there might be a few places, to be fair, like really, really cheap places to live, like a studio apartment or something that may be possible. But like, man, we're talking some really rural, cheap like land in some really small rural towns here, like to be able to live off of that. It's hard to live off of twice the poverty line for a single person. The American national poverty line is absurdly low. And when you consider that to be poor in America, then yeah, I guess most Americans would definitely be middle class if they're supposed to be above that line, and that's the line of being middle class, right? If that's the cutoff, then I guess, yeah, most Americans would consider themselves middle class, even if they literally live paycheck to paycheck and have no savings, right? Like, they're like, no, I'm middle class.
We wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
I like this talking point too, because it's very clearly referencing the fact that there is inequality and that there needs to be work done to bring that equality, but it also negates the talking point that the left wants DEI. They want affirmative action. They want, like, oh, you're a minority, you get everything on a silver platter. Like, that's what the right says the left wants. Meanwhile, what Kamala is saying is an economy of opportunity, right? Like, she wants there to be opportunities, and nobody can be against what she is saying here, unless they want to like go deranged mode and start claiming she's saying things she doesn't mean, right? It's really good rhetoric.
You live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to
Unions for
create
Harris.
jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
To be fair, my understanding of the housing issue in America is that, to an extent, a lack of housing is a problem. But the issue is a little more complicated. The issue is a lack of affordable housing. The problem is in America, affordable housing doesn't just refer to the price, it refers to the quality. And so, generally speaking, depending on where you are, affordable housing is not, what's called affordable housing is not going to be the best to live in. It's something, but it's not ideal. And so, affordable housing is what we're talking about here. There's a massive shortage on that. It's actually kind of hard to find a place that's even, like, cheap and low quality that's just good enough, right? Even that is hard. In the realm of, like, you know, houses and, like, high-quality apartments and stuff, there is no housing crisis there, right? There's tons of vacant houses and apartments that are, like, currently either being rented out by landlords or are currently for sale. It is the more affordable housing that is less achievable right now. Part of it is the fuckery that some landlords will engage in, not like a single landlord that owns a property and rents it out, but like those companies that can sometimes make more money in the bottom line from keeping apartments empty and artificially creating what like a lack of demand so that they can justify raising prices. And this requires, like, keeping the place empty for a while. Sometimes, like, big landlord companies will do that. But for the most part, it's the fact that there isn't enough affordable housing. Like, there just isn't enough. And a big part of Kamala and Tim Walz's administration plan, if they get elected, is to build, like, what is it? Like, 5 million new units of like 10 million, I think. It's like 5 to 10 million new units of affordable housing. Is part of the Kamala Tim Walz administration plan. She might get into it in a moment, but that's my understanding of it and what they plan to do. 5 million?
Now
Okay.
compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well,
I don't know if you guys saw, but like Trump's tax policy was like genuinely insane. It's one of those cases where it's like, how can Republicans continue claiming to be like the party of low taxes? Because the tax benefits for working class people went down under Trump. Trump axed a ton of things that like working class, lower income people got as sort of like a break during tax season. And taxes got to be a harsher thing for your average working class American during Trump's administration. Meanwhile, the Democrats are the ones that pushed for like the stimulus checks and have like actually cut taxes for working class people and in turn raised them for extremely wealthy people. And yet the Republicans still somehow get credit for being the party of low taxes. Like dog, I'm pretty sure Trump like raised the tax rate for small business owners by like a pretty substantial amount, like 8%, like 6 to 8%. I'm pretty sure Trump's administration raised the tax bracket of owing for small business owners. It was like, that's a lot. That's a lot. Like Trump was not the low tax guy. The Republicans are not the low tax guys.
Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags.
That alone is such an important point to use against the anti-electoral cucks, is that even if you don't give a fuck about the presidency because you're that much of a petulant child, you have to acknowledge the importance of the Supreme Court. They're the ones who axed Roe v. Wade. Who picks the sitting Supreme Court justices that we are stuck with until they either step down or die? The president. We have to keep a blue presidency as much as physically possible, frankly, for no other reason than simply keeping a Republican out of office so they can't select Supreme Court picks. There's so many areas in which there's just no negotiation to be had on whether or not you need to vote if you're a progressive. And it's frustrating because the anti-electoral types are still around. They're still whining. They're protesting outside of the building here.
Brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients.
Even worse, there's a story where I think it was a 14 or 15-year-old girl had a miscarriage, and this was in a red state, and was afraid of what the consequences of this would be, and buried the miscarriage, terrified. And it was found, I think, reported or something like that, and she was charged. She was charged for it, if I remember correctly. We covered this story a little while ago. It's one of the... I've kind of cleaned the story out of my own head because it's angering to think about. But yeah, it's the story where the girl had the miscarriage and buried the miscarriage and then ended up getting in trouble when it was found out. But that's the kind of shit that the Republicans want. That's the norm that we're going to live under if Trump wins.
Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term.
Yep.
This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions.
Yep.
Simply put, they are out of their minds.
They're weirdos.
And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
Hell yeah.
In
That's a
this
well-behaved
election-
baby. That baby is just like... Well, like, the whole crowd is just screaming around it. Holy shit.
Many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the
What I love about this is it doesn't come off as just words, you know, it doesn't come off as just bluster and talk. When you consider the fact that Kamala is the sitting vice president of the most progressive administration we've ever had. I mean, hell, like when she talks about climate change, they're the ones behind like all that climate policy I've been covering, from the protections of the land up in Alaska that was going to be made into roads for mines and pipelines, to the axing of the coal industry by 2030. The coal industry in America puts out 80% of our yearly carbon footprint. Coal only produces 20% of our power and is responsible for 80% of our carbon footprint each year. And Biden and Kamala have already signed it into law that the coal industry has to not be doing coal by 2030. 6 years from now, coal's gone from America if we keep Democrats in power. In 6 years, no more coal. Coal's gone. We've moved on from coal, as long as we don't let Republicans take the office again. Xanderhall, wait, why the fuck do you still burn coal? Because the coal industry is very powerful, and the wealthy people that are in charge of it have had their hands in the pockets of politicians for a long time. But it's not even just that. A lot of Appalachia states have a pretty strong attachment to the coal industry. A lot of miners live in places like North Carolina and just in the Appalachia region, and like Virginia and stuff. And so the idea of like ending coal as an industry means taking away a lot of jobs in that region to them, and it's why that area is so hard red, is because the Republicans are so big on coal, and that area, like, they love it, right? Meanwhile, the Democrats want to create opportunities for those coal miners to not have to work in the coal industry anymore, and to instead maybe work in green energy, right? Find some way where their work, their experience can actually bring them into a new line of work that isn't destroying the environment. But at the end of the day, these grillers, they want to keep their coal jobs, and they're going to vote Republican because of that. And on top of that, the big executives at the top, they obviously are buddy-buddy with Republican politicians. So yeah, that's why we still have coal.
Freedom that unlocks all the others the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades.
It was
the
bipartisan.
Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign.
Remember when this happened, and I talked about how this was like Biden and Kamala and their administration playing 5D chess? They pushed for the strongest border reform bill, the biggest border security funding bill in American history. The Democrats and some Republicans, the never-Trump Republicans did. And the pro-Trump Republicans blocked it. They blocked the bill that would have given them everything they claimed to want. Because, as Mitt Romney, a Republican, said, they don't want Biden to be the one that, quote-unquote, solves the immigration problem. They don't want that to be Biden. They need immigration to be the strongest wedge issue as it can be in this election because it's the only hope Trump has. And so the Trump loyalist Republicans stopped a bill that would, in their worldview, fix the border problem, all because they want Trump to get the credit. They believe in nothing. Their racism isn't even sincere. Think about that, chat. I know that sounds silly, but really think about that for a second. It's true. Republicans' racism isn't even sincere. They don't believe anything. They are part of a bandwagon. They follow the river. Yes, racism and bigotry is generally the line that they follow, but I don't even think a lot of those beliefs are all that sincere. I think it's more just saying what gets the applause, saying what is currently popular right now. A good example of this is how back in 2016, Republicans claimed the reason why they hated Islam so much was because Islam is so homophobic, sexist, and transphobic. Who remembers when Trump would hold up LGBT flags and say that he wants to protect trans people from radical Islam? Because back then, the number one boogeyman of the Republican Party were Muslims. It was Islamic extremism was the thing everyone was afraid of. Now it's gay people. So gay people have gone from being the group Trump promised to protect from radical Islam to the group Trump is promising real Americans to be protected from and to protect their kids from, because they never believed in any of that. They didn't believe that Islam was a threat to gay people or women. That wasn't why they were fighting against it. Now they are the threat openly and proudly against gay people and women. It's all just a flip book of talking points that become a fad for a while, and they move on to the next thing. They don't even sincerely believe in their racism.
So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up.
Because like I said, by the way, the Democrats are not, the Republicans claim the Democrats want an open border. They don't. They actually do care about border security, but they don't want to just shut the border down and deport everybody. The Democrats aren't even in favor of illegal immigration. They just want there to be less illegal immigration via there being a better and easier and reformed process for gaining legal access to this country. You know, the illegal immigration that's left behind by these reforms would be the actually criminal-associated illegal immigration. The Democrats actually acknowledge the fact that most illegal immigration associated with crime in this country doesn't happen because people are, crossing the border. Or whatever. It's organized crime syndicates that have connections in the government, in law enforcement, on both sides of the border, and have absolutely no issues getting drugs, human trafficking victims, whatever it may be, from one country to the other. The fact is, if we're actually going to deal with the crime south and on the border, it's going to require a lot of money and an actual task force dedicated to dealing with this problem in a way that's not centered around virtue signaling to racist voters that you're shutting them borders down and keeping the brown people out. You know, there are problems and they do need to be solved, but the problem is not the whole Republican, we got to keep the brown people thing out does not solve any problems. It's just a virtue signal for them. That's all it is.
To our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
And remember, guys, immigration is one of the strongest wedge issues in this election. So when you hear her saying this stuff, don't think this is she's kowtowing to Republicans. No. She is appealing to a large portion of America when she acknowledges, listen, we're not going to open the borders and let everybody flood in like Trump is saying. In fact, we have pushed for the strongest border security funding bill in American history. There's just no truth to this claim that we want open borders. unfortunately. I don't know if open borders for America would be necessarily a good thing, like totally open borders like Republicans say the Democrats want, but extremely... mosquito got in my fucking room. An extremely overhauled and reformed like immigration system is very necessary, and that's what she's on stage advocating for here.
And
Like a stronger path to citizenship is what that means.
America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
This is important as well, by the way. I know that a lot of you guys are probably like, ew, money going to our military and stuff, but like, we don't actually send that much of our GDP into like military spending. And on top of that, America does actually act as Team America World Police, but literally, and it's actually good. Like America is the big kid at the table about 99% of the time in any world conflict. And a lot of what keeps the peace, and you may consider like there to be a lot of war and craziness happening right now, but we're in a pretty peaceful time for humanity, all things considered. That peace is only kept up by the fact that America is such a scary fucking dude to have at the table, right? Like most of our allies are in some sort of agreement or like contract with us that if they get attacked, we send them lethal aid. And that's what a lot of our aid is. It's just sending like excess weaponry and equipment to our allies, right? We are not known for leaving our allies to get fucked up. Unless, like, Trump is in power, in which case, yeah, we've left some allies to get fucked up when Trump was in power. But when Democrats are in power, when people who actually care about the country and the world, non-isolationist, like, populist assholes are in power, America's power is a very strong peacekeeping factor globally. So, for example, if we pulled out support for Ukraine, there would be many reasons why this is bad, but one of the biggest would be telling Russia that we don't give a fuck if they attack our allies. They would give carte blanche. If Trump wins and pulls out from all support for Ukraine, that also serves the purpose of telling Putin, you can attack any of these allied nations that you want with America. America won't do shit. And that's really scary. That's a really scary idea. So yeah, a strong military for America is definitely important. And considering that like a big talking point by the Republicans is that the Democrats and Biden have made the U.S. military weaker, this is a good talking point.
And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate.
I like that. Because, like, we're currently trying to go to the moon again. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but they're, like, NASA and, in collaboration with a bunch of the private companies that we're contracted to work with, because like tons of NASA's work has been basically just signed off to privatization. We're trying to go back to the moon, and that's supposed to happen like hopefully in this decade, if not next decade, in the 2030s. So that is definitely a good talking point to push on, because I do think that the average American does get pretty excited at the idea of further space exploration, like the idea of another moon landing, especially when it's competition against China and Russia, who are also leaning heavy into their own space programs right now. Like China has their own space station now. Meanwhile, the ISS needs to get replaced. It's coming down, and we gotta like send something else up in its place. Like there's another space race coming.
Our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies.
Oh shit,
Said
she's getting...
Russia could...
Dude, I love that, like, I make a point, and then she makes the same point. I should just shut up and let her talk, but also you guys come here to hear me talk, so... But yeah, she's on point.
Quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize...
Who remembers, by the way, when Hassan, for weeks and weeks, as like Russia was mobilizing units on the border, was saying Russia is not going to invade. The Democrats are just war hawks. And now, like, his talking point is, well, you see, Russia, when that Russian tank rolled over that car with a mother and a child in it, you have to understand that it sounds like the type of apologetics that pro-Israel people make for the IDF. Hassan does the same shit for Russia. And has since the invasion started. And he walks it back whenever he says something too fucked to get away with, and people like give him a lot of shit for it. But I mean, the fact that he just continuously takes the most defensible pro-Russia position at every turn kind of just it shows you where his priorities are, you know? And it explains why Hassan and his crowd are so against supporting Kamala and Tim Walz and Biden.
A global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
Hell yeah.
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
Mind you, by the way, for the average American that cares about the conflict, this will probably work well. But like, I don't know if you guys have been following it, but for about a year now, AOC has been getting harassed every time she goes in public to call what's happening in Gaza a genocide. Now, on the surface, that doesn't sound so bad until you remember that AOC has been the loudest person in politics calling what is happening in Gaza a genocide. So, when you see a crowd of people with megaphones screaming at AOC when she walks to, like, a store, why won't you call what Israel's doing a genocide? Why won't you call it a genocide? Like a day after she was on stage calling it a genocide? It's like, okay, what are your actual objectives? Like, how many times does she have to call it a genocide before you guys stop pretending she's never done it before? Like, what is your actual objective here? And it makes me wonder, like, how many of these people are just, like, right-wing ops? Like, how many of these people are plants? I don't know if Hassan's, like, a right-wing plant, but how many of these people are plants? Are they just that dumb? Are so many of them just children, either literally or mentally, that they believe this stuff, or is it all just bullshit?
And let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel...
To be clear, by the way, Israel is not going anywhere as a nation. And there are, to be fair, a lot of people in Israel that are not responsible for what's happening there. They do have compulsory service there, I think, where, like, you literally go to jail if you refuse to serve in the military, the IDF. So, like, yeah, anybody that you could think of that's from Israel or that grew up in Israel or came to age in Israel or is a citizen probably served in the IDF. Does that mean they support the IDF or they support what's happening in Gaza? No, not necessarily, but that's what living and being an Israeli is. You don't have any say. The government will do what they do to Palestinians if you don't, like, toe the line. It's a borderline fascistic nation. They've got very strong nationalistic ideals, ones that, like, they would never even fly in America in a lot of cases. However, Israel is under attack almost constantly. It's civilian populations, to be clear. Hamas does not typically attack military targets. Because, well, to be fair, pretty much all of Israel is like a big military base. There are constantly soldiers like on the street and stuff. I don't know if any of you guys have seen like travel vlogs in Israel, but like you'll see just a random like IDF dude walking down the street in like sunglasses and a beret with like an MP5 slung over his shoulder, and it's like he's ready to go, you know, because like a lot of what Hamas or any terror in the region does is attacking civilian populations. So when Kamala says we will make sure Israel can defend itself, yes, another 20 billion to Israel, although Trump wants to send 40 billion to Israel, but at the same time, Israel should defend its population of civilians from attacks on its civilian population. And the hostages, the Israeli civilian hostages that were taken by Hamas should be released. We should want them to be released. They're like, hell, some of their families spoke at the DNC about how they want to see their taken family members again, and gave time in their speeches about how their family was taken by Hamas to also talk about how they want to see a ceasefire in Gaza. They want to see the violence stop. They don't want these children in Gaza to be dying anymore. You know, a nation that is now mostly children. It is a war being fought, and on both sides, it is the civilians getting the worst of it. So yes, Israel does need to be protected, but so does Gaza. But I want to be clear here. When Kamala says we need to make sure Israel can protect itself, that is not a bad point. Like, for one, we just went down the whole line of argument about how America can't abandon its allies because the message that sends to the world. But also, yeah, I mean, there are innocent civilians in Israel. And, I mean, I've had Israeli viewers, I think, talk about the fact that, yeah, I mean, I've had bombs explode above my house, that if the Iron Dome did not intercept them, I would be dead all over the place right now. And it's like, yeah, that's probably not good. Sanderhall, Israel and Palestine can and should coexist peacefully. I mean, that's ideal, right? But everybody has wanted that for, like, ever, and it's the most seemingly unsolvable foreign policy issue in the world. Like, you have to understand that, like, Israel and Palestine both have a lot of people that want to genocide the other group. Like, there are a lot of people in Hamas who want to genocide all Jews because they're anti-Semitic. They want to kill all Jews. They want to annihilate Israel. They will never stop until they can. On the same note, there are nationalist assholes in Israel, in government as well, that want to see Palestinians wiped out, and they want to turn Gaza into rubble. So, when you've got those two groups on either side that are actively pulling their groups into genocide, or like genocidal ideals against each other, it's like, yeah, what do you do? This has been going on for like decades and decades and decades.
Must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Because once again, being in favor of Israel being able to defend itself against actual attacks that it does receive is not being in favor of the genocide in Gaza. And yes, out of any presidential administration we have ever had, Kamala and Biden's has been the one to fight the most for peace in this region than any other administration before. No, seriously, guys, this conflict has been broiling for decades and decades and decades and decades. What presidential administration before this has done anything close to what Kamala and Biden have done to bring about peace in this region? Name one. No administration has done as much as they have. No administration has pushed for ceasefires and peace agreements as much as they have. It's not happened. No American administration has ever done this. Not as much as them. Larry, I named it. True, Larry did go pretty hard against Israel. Like he almost brought peace to the Middle East when he was president. President Larry, he was pretty raw.
Whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not...
For those that don't know, Iran is the one that's like backing Hamas and a lot of the terror groups in this region, down to the point where when we got the closest to a ceasefire and peace agreement that we'd ever been, in response, Iran launched a volley of drones at Israel. Like a swarm, like a cloud of armed drones at Israel, to like reignite the conflict because Kamala and Biden were getting too close to bringing about at least a temporary peace in the region. You have to remember, our enemies on the world stage recognize America's weakness under Republican power, and they know that getting involved in wars makes the sitting administration look weak, and it weakens them electorally. And so our enemies use our democracy against us. They love starting wars with us and pulling us into conflict as much as possible when Democrats are in power, because they know that if they allow competent leadership and incompetent rulers in America to go unchecked, America will be strong, which is bad for our enemies. And so Iran, Russia, China, any nation you can think of that is adversarial to us will do everything in their power to goad us into war and conflict when Democrats are in power. And yet, strangely enough, all of our enemies are just chilling the fuck out when a Republican is in power. And it creates this idea that if you elect a Democrat, they're going to be all war hockey and they're going to start conflicts and wars. When in reality, look at the actions of our world enemies our enemies on the national stage. They don't start shit when Republicans are in power because they want the perception that a Republican in power means peace and no war and isolationism, and we just keep our shit to ourselves and we focus on making America good, which is the opposite of the case, while making it look like Democrats are war hawks.
Cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Yeah, and then of course there's the fact that like Bibi Netanyahu has been hosted at Mar-a-Lago. You guys know that, right? Like Trump has dinners in America like as friends with Netanyahu. He is buddies with Putin. He is buddies with Kim Jong-un. Donald Trump is friends with our enemy leaders. And they start conflicts with us when Democrats take power. It's not even a secret. It's not even like, it's obvious. It's right there. Their game plan is right there in front of you.
Who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors.
Yes. No, or I would just outright say, because they know America is weaker with Trump in the presidency. She should have gone all in on that. I wish that's what she said. I wish she had gone and said it exactly as I did, that they know America is weaker when a Republican is in office. That would have gone hard. Although it might be too attacking towards like Republican voters. Maybe if it's just when Trump is in office, America is made weaker on the national stage. That's what she should have said.
They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
Oh yeah, don't worry, Lefty Jenna. We're going to be going over Trump's live meltdown over this speech. Don't worry.
So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here, in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us.
That sounds pretty divisive. The Democrats, they're just so divisive. It's like, what do you even, like, how do they argue this shit?
That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities.
You know what's crazy about, like, just looking at rallies for any Democrat and any Republican? Like, look at your average Trump rally. Not everybody is white, but, like, you really start to realize how white the crowds at Trump rallies are when you see any Dem event, right? Because, like, Republicans have, like, what, 80+% white support? Like, most of their supporter base is, like, white. So it's, like, a sea of white when you see any Republican event, right? Meanwhile, you look at any Democrat event, and it's, like, just seeing a crowd, right? Like, if you went out in public and saw a crowd, it probably wouldn't mostly be white people, right? Like, even though white people make up the majority of people in America, at least I think, there's still a pretty, like, diverse crowd you're likely to see if you go to, like, a concert or to the store or, like, to a crowded street somewhere. You're just going to see, the crowd's not going to be a sea of white like at a Trump rally. When you look at a crowd at a Democrat rally, it looks like any other crowd. Not necessarily, like, very diverse. That's not exactly what I'm getting at. It's like, oh, yeah, it's just a crowd of people. Like, it looks like any other crowd of people. It's representative of a population sample of Americans you could take from anywhere in the country. Meanwhile, a Trump rally, like, you really got to, like, think about it to notice it. But man, Trump rallies are very, very white. And you think about it, it's like, yeah, no shit they are. Like, have you ever seen that, like, in the front row of every Trump rally, they've always got, like, 10 or 12 black people wearing, like, Black People for Trump, like, shirts or whatever, or Gays for Trump shirts? Do they always have, like a line in the front of, like, 5 people who are black, gay, women, and it's, like, women for Trump, gay people for Trump? You know, they do that, and it's like, oh, the crowd is so lacking in diversity at a Trump rally that they bring people who are not straight white men to the front to wear shirts, repping their identity and virtue signaling about how, look, I support Trump, so he can't be racist. It's like, but meanwhile, you watch, like, this, and it's like, oh, okay, so this is what, like, an actual crowd in America looks like. It's not like a sea of white dudes, like white wealthy dudes, or white people who absolutely cannot afford to spend their day at a Trump rally. Like, they took the day off work, they drove far, they spent money on gas and food, they bought Trump merch, and they absolutely should not have done that. That, or the rich people that support Trump. That's the rallies that you see.
the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless.
That is a powerful speech right there. That is a powerful speech. What I'm thinking I want to do for the DNC, because it's such a big event, these seem to be the big day 4 speeches, so I figure tomorrow, since I will be streaming tomorrow, of course, tomorrow we should cover Tim Walz, Obama, and like a good few other speakers, because these are long speeches. You know, we've been doing this for 2 hours now, just reacting to these speeches. So I think we'll cut it off here, and we'll do the rest of the DNC in the following streams and break it up into like 2 or 3 speeches at a time, just so we're not like completely flooding every stream with nothing but DNC coverage, because I do have other stuff I want to cover today, but I also want to give all the best speeches at the DNC attention. I want to see them on stream, because I haven't watched most of these speeches. Like, I've seen clips of some of them at most, and so I want to see them raw, live, and blind, you know? That was a kick-ass speech. I'm not reading that message, Galaxy Bomb. Good gosh. We will win. We will win. This was a very powerful speech. And I love this final shot, too, where it's like Kamala's back and she's looking out at the massive crowd. It's a really good shot. You know, they set up the camera there so they could get this, like, iconic... Like, this is going... You're going to see this on the White House website after she wins. And you go to her, like, policy platform on the whitehouse.gov website. This is going to be like the banner photo. You know what I mean? Yeah. Pretty awesome. Pretty freaking awesome. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, you liked anything I had to say, or learned anything new, consider dropping a like, subscribing, and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications, and commenting down below. These things really help the channel a ton. It's totally free, and no matter when, where, or what you're watching, if you do it, boosts my content and my channel in the algorithm, and it helps a lot. So thank you to everybody who's done that already, and everybody who plans to. So thank you, guys. And of course, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description of this video. Join my fan Discord if you haven't already, so you can be a part of my community. It's totally free. It's the main hub of my fan base, and I also host events there, like game events, call-in streams, and watch parties, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there. So if you're worried about YouTube, and you should be, not telling you when I go live or upload a new video, then that is the place to go. And finally, if you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me, though, I really do appreciate it. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again. Alrighty. What'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. YouTube is bad with notifications. Yeah, it is. Today's stream got like no notifications sent out, I can tell from the viewer count, compared to last stream. Like the day before yesterday, when I tried to come back with a stream, the viewership was like 3 times this, and then this stream is 1/3 of that viewership. So I'm pretty sure in a day, we didn't lose that much momentum. I'm pretty sure it's just YouTube is not telling people I went live this time because of how my last stream went, where 5 minutes in it got cut off and I had to take it down. YouTube hates that shit. Anytime you deal with tech problems that fuck up your live stream or upload schedule, YouTube punishes the fuck out of you for it with just not telling your subs that you're uploading content anymore. So that's why I encourage you guys to join the fan Discord, because you guys in the Discord watch my content anyway. YouTube doesn't control whether or not you know I'm active online, and you watch anyway. And if you watch despite YouTube trying to suppress the channel, the reverse ends up happening, and YouTube's like, oh shit, okay, this guy must make some good content, and then the channel blows up. So yeah. YouTube has rules. It's not so much their rules, it's just how they operate. Like, they're like the way the algorithm works. Like, for example, when I had that stint where every stream I tried to do was getting cut down by OBS crashes, every consecutive stream would do worse than the previous because of that. But then, like, eventually you bounce back from it when the problem stops. But, you know, for 1 or 2 streams, we're probably going to be a lot lower just because YouTube's going to be like, no, fuck you. What'll help a lot, though, is resuming uploads. Xanderhall, I got notified by YouTube that might just be because all I do is watch your content. Like, your content is constantly playing in my ears every once in a while. I'll get Cirrus or someone else, but it's just a sea of Xan. Damn. I mean, there are a lot of great content creators you could get into as well, but I'm not going to tell you to stop watching my videos. Also, Xan, Westside Tyler's latest video mentioned how the Palestinian protests have been hijacked by bad faith actors and dumb fucks, while actual people who are pro-Palestine are for Kamala, and they aren't being heard due to the bad faith actors. That's pretty good. It seems like Westside Tyler's got some pretty good political takes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did he want me to, like, teach him Minecraft? I wasn't really at my computer much, but he, like, added me with something that was like, I don't know anything about Minecraft. I was like, oh shit, does he want to learn Minecraft? If he wants to do, like, an interview while, I teach him Minecraft, that could be a pretty interesting dynamic. I think that'd be wild. Because, everybody knows Minecraft. Okay, chat. I just slapped my microphone. Chat, you're not going to believe this. I decided, you know what? My mom's in recovery from surgery. She needs something to do so that she's not, like, feeling like she needs to get up and walk around and do stuff that could potentially tear her incisions. And so, I set up my PlayStation, and I brought up something that I don't even really play, but it is something that she could. Minecraft Bedrock Edition for PlayStation. I brought it up, and I got her started. She has survived 7 days. Granted, it's on peaceful, but she's learning the controls, and she's getting better at it. And it is very funny to watch her play Minecraft. I really do hate Bedrock Edition, Smiley Phantom, and I thought I hated it before, but now I really hate it after having played some of it myself. It's awful. I really hate Bedrock Edition, but it is still Minecraft, and it is a version that can be played sitting, like, in bed while recovering from surgery. Yeah, fuck Bedrock Edition skeletons and the fact that you can't use a shield. You guys know that, right? You can't have a shield in your offhand in Bedrock Edition. Like, the shield is a completely useless item. It's only usable by crouching. Like, you have to crouch to use the shield. Yep. And even then, it's, like, still basically unusably bad. It can be so hard to introduce people to video games, they tend to give up because they need to learn controls. Yeah, Dante Asai, that's why I'm trying to, get her to learn the controls first, then once she's not, like, having an issue looking around and, like, breaking things and placing things, it should be fine. The projectile ricochet is way funnier on Bedrock? Maybe. I haven't fucked around with any projectiles myself in Bedrock, so maybe it is better. There's a lot of stuff Bedrock's doing that's really good, and I would love to see it in Java, but then there's a lot Java has going for it that I want to see in Bedrock, and it's like, man, they basically just fucked us in this situation where it's like Bedrock has a ton of cool stuff that you want that Java doesn't have, and Java has a bunch of cool stuff you want that Bedrock doesn't have. Generally, Java Edition's the better version, so that's what you'll settle on. But then at the same time, you're like, man, I do wish Java had these cool Bedrock editions, though. Like, for example, Minecraft Education Edition looks like it goes hard as fuck. Like, I've seen some gameplay of it. I saw an image from Minecraft Education Edition where you're moving around electrons around a neutron, like, to basically form an atom of a given element to synthesize it. I'm not joking. There was a crafting UI for arranging electrons around the neutron to create an atom, create the atom of the, like, element you're trying to synthesize. That's fucking awesome. That is dope as shit. Education Edition has chemistry. It's cool as hell. Redstone Education Edition proves that redstone is radioactive. Interesting. It has uranium in it. I guess that makes sense for it to, like, be a thing, because redstone is magic. Like, if we had redstone in real life, we would be, like, exploring other universes at this point. Like, infinite energy. Like, literally infinite energy. There's nothing we couldn't do with redstone in real life. I guess the closest we have to redstone in real life is nuclear energy, really. Because with redstone, you can simply flip a switch and turn off the basically infinite energy. Oh, cool, Braydew. Either that or make cool IRL note block covers, yeah. Anyway, War Penguin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Holy crap, I appreciate that. Says 3-monther. Welcome back, Zan. Ooh, a 3-monther. Thank you for the $12 dues. That's right, I remembered how much 3 months of a tier 1 is. Thank you so much, War Penguin. I really appreciate that. Says segment suggestion and then left a link to react to. What is this? Oh, you sent a segment suggestion and then a video for me to react to. Okay. Let's see this. WarningVote.com. In the Heritage Foundation's own words, what is Project... Oh, it's a huge list of videos that cover what Project 2025 is. Okay, this is actually, like, really good. Good recommendation, War Penguin. Yeah, honestly, we'll probably do a segment on this. Maybe today. What do you guys think? Project 2025 segment today, like one where it's us going through a bunch of videos that break down what it is. Like it's a set, like it is meant for you to be able to go over and show someone is like, this is why you should be scared of Project 2025. Yeah, let's do it. I'm down. Yeah, sure. Zan, have you heard that Twitter will shut down in Brazil because Elon won't fix the misinformation going on? That's wild. Man, Brazil being the first country to just be like, nope, this shit's gone too far is pretty awesome, though. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Says, here's a meme. Watch as much as you think you can get away with. Okay, what's this? Oh, no. We can't listen. No. I'm sorry. Hamilton will, like, instantly... If you think anything will ever axe this stream faster, it's fucking Hamilton, dog. Holy shit. Like, who... does Disney own the play or whatever? I don't even know. There's no way I can get away with Hamilton being played on my stream, right? Like, YouTube would kill me for it. Maybe not, though. Because people make memes about it, so maybe... Well, no, because it's a live stream. So, to give you guys a breakdown, YouTube treats videos and live streams very differently. If you upload a YouTube video and it contains copyrighted content that YouTube like automatically detects with their bots, they will give you a warning, but it's up to the company or whoever owns the copyright to take action. And if they do, you have a ton of options to like get your monetization back and like deal with the copyright thing. You can cut out the clip, you can mute it, you can dispute it. There's a ton of things you can do. If you're live streaming though, YouTube shoots first and asks questions never, basically, because they assume a live stream playing copyrighted content might be someone live streaming a movie or something. So what they do is they instantly shut the stream off. temporarily. Have you guys ever been watching and I'm like watching something and then all of a sudden the stream gets cut off by YouTube, but then if I wait a little while, it comes back? Like it's deliberately YouTube like gives you a warning, like, stream shut down because copyrighted content. That's that. And if I go like 3 to 5 minutes without showing anything copyrighted, they bring the stream back. But that is how YouTube treats any live stream with copyrighted content in it, which is way harsher than if you just upload a video. So that's why you can have video meme clips from things that are copyrighted on YouTube, and they're up and they're fine, but a live stream will get axed within moments. People in chat are talking about DM and the weird shit that's been exposed about her. Yeah, apparently she's ignoring it. I'm curious to see how she'll respond, because it's just like... I mean, I don't think she can respond. The only way is, I think, for her to ignore it. Demon Miner? What? I don't think that works, but I get what you were trying to do there, Ending Bunny. I see what you were trying to do, but I don't think it works there. Anyway, thank you for the $5 donation, Pepper T21. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. I'm sorry I couldn't play any of that, because YouTube will, like, they will do things to me, and I don't want them to do those things to me. Thank you. Anyway, let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect all you guys' amazing generosity. Thank you very much. I love you all, chat. You're amazing. You're beautiful. You're just adorable little Pog champions, and I love you. All right. What is this? The Wyatt 6 segment Raw. What is this? This is some WWE shit? This might be copyrighted. I don't know if I can play this. Let me... We'll play this bit, because this seems to be the highlight. Oh no, they're going to play a copyrighted song, too. I want to keep my YouTube channel, guys. WWE's copyrighted? Okay, yeah, I need to be careful then. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys have to stop sending copyrighted stuff for me to react to on stream, though. It's not your fault. You guys don't know. You're not YouTubers. You don't have to deal with YouTube's bizarre, weird-ass rules every day, so it wouldn't really come to mind for you. But I need you to know I'm not an asshole, okay? I'm not an asshole. I would absolutely watch it if I could, but YouTube will literally gun me down in the street, okay? They will come to my house. They will tie me up. They will take me out into the desert, and they'll execute me. We can't test YouTube like that. All right. I'll be right back, guys. I got to use the restroom, so don't go anywhere. You know, I'm going to be back in just a minute. I've got a juicy segment for you guys after this. And, yeah, I'll be right back. Allow me to empty my bladder. Well, 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 what are you little wretched scoundrels getting up to while I'm gone? Hello, I'm back. So, Zan's looking red and sweaty. The copyright shit is stressing him out. It's actually just the fact that it's hot in this room. It's the time, it's really weird. Seattle's really weird, and I think it's how far north I am. I've never lived very far north until I moved to Seattle, and something I've noticed is that during the summer, the days are actually longer. You know, like when you live in Florida or Southern California, summer does bring slightly longer days, but it's not really that noticeable. It's mostly like a daylight savings time thing. Like, that's the reason why it feels like the days are longer. Here, when you go further north, the days are actually longer during the summer. Like, they really are. Like, the sun stays out later, like a lot later, to the point where anywhere else, like the late afternoon is when it starts to get colder, you know? Like the sun's getting a little long in the sky, it's getting low, the light's getting a little orangey. Like, you've gotten through the hottest part of the day at that point, around 1 or 2 p.m., and now it just cools down until it gets, like, to be nighttime, and then but, like, here, right as the sun's going down is when it hits the peak temperature of the day. I have no fucking clue why, but like as the sun, like dusk is when we hit the peak temperature of the day. And I think it's because we get so much sun all day that is the point in which all that trapped like sun energy, all that like heat energy in the ground, under the trees, in your house, everything finally dissipates out. After a day of just getting pelted with energy from the sun, everything just radiates out over the first bit of the night, and so it actually ends up getting hotter in this time of day. Because right now, I'm actually warm in here, and I've got like a breeze coming through my window right now, you know? It's not all that hot out today, but I'm still so warm in here. And I'm also getting the sun from that window right now, so it's surprisingly hot right now. It's surprisingly musty. You know, I need to take a shower after my stream, and I showered before stream. I'm getting hot at this chair, you know? Yeah, I'm getting baked in an oven live on stream. Anyway. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So if you guys have been paying attention to politics lately, especially if you watched any of the DNC over the last couple days, then you probably know about Project 2025 by this point. If you don't, then you have clearly been living under a rock of some kind. You're like Patrick Starr. Because it is the plan that Trump and his administration have for once they take office if they win in this election. And their plan is very well laid out, and it is terrifying. Not even if you're, like, just a progressive or a left-leaning person. It's terrifying if you are any average American. Now, thankfully, here's the thing about Project 2025, though. When you talk about it, you can talk about the list of policies that they are pushing for. You can read the entire Project 2025 manifesto, which is legitimately like a novel. It's like if I had the book, it's like dropping a brick on your desk, right? Or you can go to this website, which has been put together to showcase everything you need to know about Project 2025 and why you ought to be scared about it. It's actually a bunch of video excerpts in a line, so you don't even have to read anything. This is like the perfect way to educate the average American on Project 2025. So the first bit here is from the Heritage Foundation itself. They are the ones who are backing this Project 2025 thing. The Heritage Foundation is one of the biggest allies of Trump. Trump speaks at like every Heritage Foundation event. The idea that Trump has no association with this is insane. But let's watch. Project 2025.
What is Project?
Staffing the next conservative administration. Get ready to be scared. If you're not scared yet, you should
Project
be.
2020.
Okay, can I get my playback speed? There we go. Nice. So here is the Heritage Foundation Summit and them talking about Project 2025 there. I believe Trump was here, by the way.
It is everyone here. This is the movement. We are going to be prepared day one, January 2025, to hit the ground running as conservatives to really help the next president. Heritage got on the marker as an organization by delivering the first mandate for leadership in 1980 to President-elect Reagan. We also, over time, give a lot of resumes.
Hey, chat, am I allowed to make fun of somebody who has a stutter for having the stutter if they are on stage doing a basically Goebbels speech? Is it okay then, guys? Can I do it then? I'm just joking. No. Nothing to be ashamed of if you have a stutter. Biden has a stutter even. We love Biden. I will say it is an interesting choice on the part of the Heritage Foundation to be like, you know, we need a guy to speak at this event. Hey, John, you go up on stage. You do it. He's like, you know I have a stutter, right? Yeah, no, go do it anyway. I just like to imagine that's
when Dr. Roberts came aboard, he said, this task in 2024 is too big for any one think tank. This has to be a movement. And what we
to be fair, everybody has a bit of a stutter. And there's the stutter that is a genuine, like, disability, right? There are people who have, like, a disability stutter, where it's something they cannot fight. They can get speech therapy for it, but at the end of the day, they're always going to have a stutter. There's no getting rid of that. That's they have that. I don't know what causes it exactly. There's probably a million things that can, but there's like the actual, like, what is, I guess, categorized as like a disability, I suppose, kind of stutter. And there's just the fact that everybody stutters a bit when they publicly speak. So I wonder if he's actually just nervous.
John has used our convening power here at Heritage to bring the entire movement together. So 2025 is not a Heritage thing, it's a conservative movement thing. We're going to explain.
Yes, it is a conservative movement thing. I don't think anybody has been denying that.
Briefly here, we're going to have a panel and we'll have a video. But what we're doing is systematically preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state. So if you would, join me watching the video and inviting our fellow panelists here, Ed, Rick, and Ken Cuccinelli, over. So we'll cue the video and have a little discussion.
What is Project 2025? It's a call for you to come work here, Washington, D.C.
Conservatives face a tough challenge in Washington, the swamp. The left has built a system that blocks and sabotages our efforts to run our governments and deliver a conservative agenda.
People would come into the government on behalf of a president.
Oh, yep. Dude, you want to know what's wild? You know, like Vought, the company, and the Nazi dude that the company's named after in The Boys, right? This guy, Russ Vought, is basically the mastermind behind Trump's, like, populist campaign for the last, like, 8 years. Like, I'm not even joking. This guy right here, Russ Vought of the Heritage Foundation, for one, he is a full-on Nazi. This guy is a full-on neo-Nazi. When I say a Nazi, I don't mean like he's played a little bit with the Jewish question. I mean this guy goes on rants about how Jews are trying to eliminate the white population and make us a minority in this country. He is a full-on open white nationalist, and he full-on openly blames the Jews for all the things that his white nationalist ideology considers to be a problem. This guy is like a proud open Nazi. He's probably not going to say anything Nazi-esque here, but I need you guys to know that, like, this dude, if you look up Russ Vought, Jews, you will see some insane quotes come up. Some insane tweets and quotes come up that this guy has said about Jewish people, about, like, white majority in America. This guy is a full-on fucking Nazi, and he is one of, if not the mastermind behind Trump's, like, rhetoric and populist push over the years. This guy, you need to know who this guy is. He is a demon. More people need to know who this guy is. He needs to get way more shit. This Russ Vought guy is, like, he might be the string puller of Trump. If Trump is a puppet, this is the guy pulling the strings.
Come into the government on behalf of a president and not be bought into the agenda that he was elected to do. They were.
Let's actually. Do you want to do like a little bit of here, Russ Vought? Vought plays a major role in Project 2025, a collection of conservative right-wing policy proposals from the Heritage Foundation to reshape the United States federal government and consolidate executive power should the Republican Party candidate win in 2024. It proposes reclassifying tens of thousands of merit-based federal service jobs. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But I'm looking for specifically... here we go. I don't care about his time in government. I care about his Nazi shit. God, I'm trying to find shit on this guy, but it's always part of like larger takedowns. Trump allies prepare to infuse Christian nationalism in second administration. And then here's the guy on the cover. So yeah, this is a Politico article about like Trump's Christian nationalist takeover. This is the guy. Spearheading the effort is Russell Vought, president of the Center for Renewing America, part of a conservative consortium preparing for Trump's return to power. This guy is like, you need to know who he is. An influential think tank close to Donald Trump is developing a plan to infuse Christian nationalist ideas in his administration should the former president return to power, according to the document obtained by Politico. Spearheading the effort is Russell Vought, who served as Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget during his first term and has remained close to him. Vought, who is frequently cited as a potential chief of staff in second Trump White House, is president of the Center for Renewing America think tank and a leading group in a conservative consortium preparing for a second Trump term. Christian nationalists in America believe that the country was founded as a Christian nation and that Christian values should be prioritized throughout the government and public life. As the country has become less religious and more diverse, Vought has embraced the idea that Christians are under assault and has spoken of policies he might pursue in response. One document drafted by CRA staff and fellows includes a list of top priorities for CRA in a second Trump term. Christian nationalism is one of the bullet points, in quotes, by the way. Others include invoking the Insurrection Act on day one to quash protests and refusing to spend authorized congressional funds on unwanted projects, a practice banned by lawmakers in the Nixon era. So to be clear, this Vought guy is one of the big pushers for invoking the Insurrection Act on day one to shut down all protests or people speaking out against Trump. Like, he is pushing for, on day one, everyone's freedom of speech who doesn't like Trump is gone via the invoking of the Insurrection Act. This guy is literally like one of Hitler's right-hand men. So when you hear this guy or see this guy's face, Russell Vought, that's what I want you guys to think of.
President and not be bought into the agenda that he was elected to do. They were either uncommitted or incompetent.
Things aren't going to change unless you commit to serving our country.
We want to make sure that the plans that are in place have been vetted so that the person knows not only what argument and excuses come in their way, but what the answer is, and have the trust of a movement-wide effort led by the Heritage Foundation to make sure that they...
Half these groups are hate groups, by the way.
...know that it's credible and it's conservative.
This time, we have a secret weapon. This time, we have Project 2025. By learning from the experience of former...
A very secret weapon. Remember, guys, they pushed this as their secret weapon back then. So it's a very good thing to focus on this and talk about it because they wanted this to be a secret thing, something that didn't really get outside of memos among like white nationalist organizations fighting to get Trump elected. The fact that this ended up getting out and being a big thing that the Democrats are hammering on is scary for them. That's why Trump has gone from he loves these guys, he's all big in favor of this, to he doesn't even know what Project 2025 is. What's Project 20? I don't even know what that is. Meanwhile, the people pushing for it, who put it together, are his administrative cabinet picks, right? Like, these are the people that he has already picked and did pick to be in his administration. He can't claim he doesn't know these people or has no association. He hired them.
Conservative appointees, we can overcome common obstacles and get things done.
The reason I got involved is because I wanted to be part of...
Why does this organization think they can do Project 2025 when Trump gets elected if they have no association with him? Like, why are they spending all this money and doing all this if Trump has no idea and might be against it?
Of a movement-led effort, and Heritage Foundation has used their influence to be able to convene the movement.
We can be ready to hit the ground running on day one of the next administration. In the wise words of Morton Blackwell, you owe it to your philosophy to study how to win. Project 2025 will ensure a conservative...
One thing Republicans do have going for them, the left really doesn't, is a general adherence to the idea that victory and winning is something that should always be valued. No matter how much disagreement the right has, they always agree that they want to win at the end of the day. And that generally guides their actions. That's why the right is so homogenous. Meanwhile, the left is just so constantly in conflict because the idea of victory is not a agreed upon principle by the left. It's why the ContraPoints, I don't even think ContraPoints invented this quote, but I mean, she at least repeated it and popularized it online. Like, radical leftists oftentimes don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power, which means giving up power at every opportunity, because once you have it, you don't get to critique it anymore. You don't get to be like the ragtag activists fighting against the establishment if you support the establishment or you are the establishment. If you win, you have to be losing to be part of that like aesthetic side, I guess.
Agenda is ready to roll on day number 1.
Make sure that we, as conservatives, are prepared to hit the ground running January 20th, 2025. To learn more, go to project2025.org.
Great. Well,
so we're not going to watch the rest of this video because I'm sure it's just more speakers talking about what their plans are. But like that is their pitch for Project 2025, right? And I've also called out like somebody who most of you guys probably didn't know the name of or recognize the face of, and hopefully, gave some attention to a demon that exists in the world of politics right now that doesn't get anywhere near enough hate. Like hypers in chat, if you guys had no idea who Russell Vought was, because I hope that I introduced this guy to a lot of you, and you now know who he is, because I feel like he's somebody who not enough people know is fighting and spending a lot of money and has a lot of power to ruin this country. You know? Project 2025 and November 2024, the Pastors Roundtable. Now, to be clear, this is a Christian nationalist movement, Project 2025. And so obviously, big backers of this are pastors. So let's go ahead and see some pastors talking on this, what they have to say about it. Starts in 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Sure, then let's skip to when it starts.
We do, Dr. Henry. There's something that. Oh, wait. Well, we'll talk about February. We'll save that till the end. Maybe we'll do that on the end.
Well,
but
that's right. Listen, we need to share this feed right now. Look, again, we have a short window tonight. But I'm telling you, the information that you'll get today will be transformative.
Crazy.
It'll make you aware of what's happening. And so please share, especially with your religious liberty director. Please share it. And I
notice, by the way, like how much, have you ever like watched any conservative content? I have, because I do it for a living, and how much like shilling and self-promo you have to skip through if you're just there to like get to the arguments and the content. Like, I feel so shameless and guilty when at the end of a segment, like after an hour and a half or so of like covering politics, I'll get to the end of a segment and I'll do a shout out. Like I'll just be like, hey, if you guys want to I'll go down the list, right? This happens like at most like an hour apart from each other in my streams, and once per segment. And yet, like, these people do it so much, and I just feel so I feel shameless when I do it then. But like right-wing pundits just spend half their videos self-promoing, and it's like, man, how do you do that? Like, how do you do that legitimately? Like, how do you do that?
I know that we'll be blessed with the topic that we're presenting tonight.
Listen, not only share it, you need to get somebody on right now. You need to tag somebody.
Okay.
The round table, and a cousin of mine. God bless you, Andrew. Always good to see you, and the fam that's joining us there. All right.
Listen,
can we?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I was going to say, by the way, listen, the Pastors Roundtable, we are again talking about some relevant resource and real topics. And next month, right? Next month,
yeah.
We are going to be dealing with Black history, several topics that kind of deal with Black history. And you just want to make sure that...
I'm scared of how the pastors discussing Black history could go. I imagine it's going to be... So, Christianity has been a core part of Black liberation for as long as the concept is, like, they're just going to immediately go into, like, if it weren't for Christianity, we'd still have slavery, segregation would still be around. I bet it's going to be that line of logic.
That you get that information so that you can share those shows that are coming up, because I'm telling you, this is where it's at. The Pastors Roundtable.
Okay, now this is boring. I'm sorry. This video is boring. I forgot. Okay, chat. How can you be a pastor and be that boring? I need to know. Chat, please. Please answer this question. Aren't pastors supposed to be entertaining? Like, they're literally playing elevator music in the background. Never mind that the southern states' elite tended to be many of the most religious even before the Civil War. Ironic, yeah. Hungary's Orban gives Trump an illiberal roadmap for American conservatives. Meet the far-right extremist plotting Trump's second term. It's very well thought out. Authoritarian expert breaks down dangers of Project 2025. There's a lot of videos here. We obviously can't cover every one, but this is like a really good resource if you want to like show someone why Project 2025 is so dangerous. Here's an interesting one. Meet the far-right extremists plotting Trump's second term. I wonder if this will go deeper into the Russell Vought guy.
This year's presidential election is about choices. Donald Trump is making it very clear exactly what he'll do if reelected, especially when it comes to race and immigration.
Why is this leftist cope stream coming up in my recommended? One of my favorite, like, right-wing angry hate comments is, "God damn it, why are you allowed to exist on YouTube? Why is the algorithm pushing your content at all? I believe in free speech, but I'm going to whine and boost your engagement because I'm angry that YouTube allows your content to exist." Like, what are you complaining about? Like, if you don't agree with me politically, just fuck off and go about your day. Well, like, why are you the one coping that YouTube is pushing my content into even conservative people's recommendeds? Like, you realize that's the copium, right? Like, the fact that you are mad that I came up in your recommended is the copium. You have to cope about that by hate posting and boosting my engagement. Enjoy your ban, but thank you for the engagement. Mr. Red Offset. Get a better
On the
name.
campaign trail, Trump has falsely accused migrants of a, quote, border bloodbath and uses dehumanizing language when he talks about them.
They're sending prisoners, murderers, drug dealers, mental patients, and terrorists, the worst.
Guys, I need you to understand that this is fully unironic. Trump is pushing the idea that asylum seekers are from asylums. I'm not joking. The recent Trump talking point about mental patients coming to America is in reference to asylum seekers. Because Donald Trump, I imagine he is stupid, but he's not this stupid, but his fans are stupid enough to believe that asylum seekers are people who came from asylums in South America. And so when you hear about the mental patient thing, mental patients coming to America, they're literally speaking about immigrants who we use the word asylum to reference because they're asylum seekers, and using, because like people hear the word asylum, they think like Arkham Asylum. They think like a place where you keep like mental patients. And that is the argument. Like, it's literally, I need you to understand how stupid the people they're pandering to are. That is how stupid. That is their current talking point, and that is how stupid it is. I'm not joking. It is just bad understanding of the English language that Trump is taking advantage of here. And if you think that's crazy, I mean, think about the fact that Trump claimed for months and months and months and months that a caravan of illegal immigrants numbering in the hundreds of thousands was coming for the border and would attack like the Uruk-hai at Helm's Deep once they arrived. And it was like months and months and months of, they're coming, guys, they're coming, they're totally coming. Years ago. This was like a 2017, 2018 political thing. It's completely fizzled out. It's not a thing anymore. No one's talking about it. Trump isn't talking about it. No one talks about the migrant caravan. But that was the thing that was going to destroy America if we did not keep Republicans in power for like a year. And it was nothing. It was a complete lie. It was made up. Wholesale made up. Because that's what Trump does.
They have in every country, all over the world. The Democrats said, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
Well, I'm just going to let that hang.
Trump and his allies are also threatening to carry out mass deportations, use migrant detention camps, and potentially bring back the zero tolerance.
All the furries are like, really?
Policy that put children in cages. This week, Trump attended a gala for the director of the family separation program and hasn't ruled out reinstating it. And while Trump's attacks on asylum seekers are certainly racist, there's so much more. Have you heard about his plans to uplift only white people? Axios reports that Trump wants the Justice Department to roll back protections for people of color to focus on discrimination against whites. Trump's
Yeah, it sounds about right. They're going to roll back protections for minority groups and then strengthen them for white people. So if you say something that's interpreted to be racist about white people, you can go to prison. But if you burn a gay pride flag in the street, I guess you get your asshole licked or something. I don't know.
Allies have already been testing this anti-DEI framework in court and managed to block billions in pandemic relief for women and minority-owned businesses. There's one mastermind behind all these cruelty is the point policies, and his name isn't Donald Trump. Meet Stephen Miller, the former Trump White House.
Stephen Miller is also a very evil ghoul controlling this whole thing, but I did hope we'd get into some of the other people, notably the Russ Vought guy, because he's kind of heading the entire social media wing of Trump's campaign. But this guy's also really fucking bad. You might have heard his name a lot during the Russia shit, the Russian collusion stuff, because I believe this guy was basically confirmed to have been colluding with Russia to help Trump get elected for Trump. Stephen Miller was, if I'm not mistaken. Stephen Miller, Russia collusion. The campaign aide who suggested that President Trump journey to Russia to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin during the campaign was in regular contact with now White House aide Stephen Miller, the New York Times reported Friday. George Papadopoulos was in regular contact with Miller during the spring of 2016, a period during which Papadopoulos also helped edit a major foreign policy speech Trump delivered, according to the Times. In late October, Trump referred to Papadopoulos as a low-level volunteer on his campaign after it was revealed that he had pleaded guilty to lying to federal officials about his Russian contacts. White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders also said Papadopoulos had a limited role in the campaign. Few people knew the young low-level volunteer. Yeah, so basically, Stephen Miller did have connections with the whole Russia thing, but apparently not huge. He was just another chain in the in the chain of command organizing the Russian collusion stuff, but he was involved.
Advisor and far-right extremist plotting Trump's nightmarish second term. Joining me now, MSNBC political contributor Jelani Cobb. He's a staff writer for The New Yorker and dean of the Columbia Journalism School. Also with me is investigative journalist Gene.
That dude is yoked. Holy shit. If he comes up to you at the bar and slaps you on the ass, what do you do? What do you do? Absolutely nothing. It's over. Dude is fucking ripped. Holy shit.
Guerrero, she's the author of...
He's wearing a shirt, and you can still tell how ripped he is. Wait, huh? You didn't notice? This dude is ripped. Can you not tell how muscular he is under that shirt? He's wearing a shirt, and you can tell how ripped he is. He's yoked.
He is investigative journalist Gene Guerrero. She's the author of Hate Monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the White Nationalist Agenda. Gene, Jelani, thank you both very much for coming to the Saturday Show. Gene, help us understand Stephen Miller's ideology. What's his vision for America?
His vision is a white nationalist America, and this agenda that you described is something that he's been dreaming about for a very long time. In my book, I trace how Miller was radicalized as a teenager by far-right provocateurs who believed that racism against Black and brown people was not a problem, and that the real problem in American society was racism against whites. This is an idea that originated with white supremacists like David Duke, who in the 1970s was calling white men the, quote, real second-class citizens in America. But while back then it was largely rejected and fringe, in 2024 it's mainstream GOP politics, thanks to Stephen Miller.
Mm-hmm. And Jelani, Miller's law firm released this ad in October 2022. Listen to this.
When did racism against white people become okay? Progressive corporations, airlines, universities all openly discriminate against white Americans. Racism is always wrong. The left's anti-white bigotry must stop. We are all entitled to equal treatment under law.
So to be very clear, that like paid for by America First Legal, these are Nazis. Like we're not talking about like your sort of like soft white nationalism that Trump has always catered to. That's always been racist, white nationalists, and anti-American, anti-democratic. It's always been bad, but it's been this very soft, like heavily cowed in dog whistling and euphemism, right? This, though, I mean, for one, we know what the America First Foundation is, right? That's Nick Fuentes' group. Like Nick Fuentes is the America First guy. So we know like what people are backing this message. It is the talking point that like we have to protect white people against like racism against white people, which is a white nationalist idea. This is like explicitly like the idea that white people are under attack. Listen, if you're like a teenage white boy, it's pretty easy to feel like white people are under attack because you see a lot of like there's sort of a normalization of jokes that tend to be racialized about white people. It's much more normalized. I mean, this is despite the fact that like Twitch will ban you if you say cracker. But despite all that, like there's a lot of areas in which it seems if you're like a younger, naive white person that you might be a little like getting the shit end of the stick because from your perception in pop culture, jokes at your expense for your race are okay, yet jokes at the expense of people for their race if they're not white are generally considered taboo. That alone, and the social consequences of that taboo alone, are enough to give this perception to a lot of people, and it's why this talking point works with white people, young white people, notably. The fact is, though, white people are not oppressed in this country. If you actually enter any real progressive spaces, not like Tumblr communities, when we're talking about like racism in America, we're generally not talking about like interpersonal racism all that much. We're not usually talking about like memes or jokes or things that people say, so much as we're talking about systems, broken or racist or just outright intentionally bad systems. So whether it be criminal justice and the realm in which in our courts there have been demonstrable racial biases, or simply just the way that our laws are structured and the way that our system is structured, in which we can see in the outcomes that Americans live for themselves that there are inequalities and trying to acknowledge them. Systemic inequalities are what we call this. Actual systems that exist that are racist or do create inequality. Meanwhile, this whole like stop racism against white people thing is just a culture war talking point meant to convince young white people that feel disenfranchised with the current state of things and think that they have been denied everything, including the ability to feel proud in their identity, into thinking that there is some sort of genuine double standard against them as white people, and they buy this shit. But it is also meant to appeal to the people that made this message as well. The Nazis, the white supremacists, who believe that any form of diversity in America is inherently an attack on white people. If you're a Nazi and you see this, you don't actually buy the whole like racism against white people thing. What you hear is the message behind the dog whistles, which is America is becoming more progressive and more diverse. And if you're a Nazi, obviously you believe this is bad for white people and you want what's best for white people. And so they obviously get the message too. This is made by the America First Foundation, so it's not really that much of a surprise. This is a Nazi ad.
Jelani, the floor is yours.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. I would point your viewers to a body of scholarly work that examines these very questions about the ways in which anti-discrimination policy can be utilized against the group that has historically been subject to discrimination and for the group that has historically benefited from that discrimination.
I feel like this dude versus Stephen Miller is like the ultimate Virgin versus Chad, right? Like, let me bring up the picture of Stephen Miller. Like this image right here. This image of Stephen Miller compared to this image of this guy. Virgin versus Chad, easily. Iconic.
Historically benefited from that discrimination. The name of that body of scholarship, if you want to guess and you haven't already, is critical race theory. And so this is a kind of textbook example of this very thing. I do want to make one point about the earlier question, which is that...
And yeah, so like critical race theory in reality, when we talk about what critical race theory actually is, like the things that are actually called critical race theory, not what like the Republicans call critical race theory, it is a class. It's basically a line of thought taught in schools, usually in the realm of law and civil rights advocacy, around basically just doing research on the areas in which there are systemic inequalities, right? The history, the law, and the exact like science, political science behind these inequalities. The reason why Republicans want to ban critical race theory, like actual critical race theory, not like what they call critical race theory all the time, is because that is the education that debunks their talking points. The idea that we live in a perfect meritocracy where any inequality exists because of a lack of trying harder, the idea that there is no racism, that we are in a post-racism society, these are ideas that Republicans heavily rely on to get people on board with their ideas. Because if you believe we're in a post-racism society and we live in a meritocracy, and yet you see the rates at which Black Americans live in poverty, the rates at which Black Americans commit crime, the only conclusion you can take from that is a racist one. When you don't consider any context or any sociological factors that could play into it, and you just say, well, we live in a perfectly equal society, everyone has equal opportunity, and the outcomes they live in are the perfect representations of what a person is capable of. When you disregard any other context and you distill it to just that, which Nazis like to do, the natural conclusion for many people would be a racist one. That is why they want to ban the teachings. They want to ban the facts. They want to ban the science. They want to ban the context. Because at that point, there is no argument to their arguments. There is no response to their arguments. No one knows them. They banned the teaching of them. And of course, they're trying to do this in every other area as well. They tried to ban teaching of evolution because kids aren't going to be able to fight against indoctrination into the church by their parents if they don't know the science behind evolution. It's not about teaching your kids not to believe in what's taught in school if you don't agree with it. It's about making sure your kid never gets to even hear it. Because you know, as a conservative, your ideas don't hold up to scrutiny. And that if your kid who isn't already bought into this bullshit hears the facts and learns about the reality, there's nothing, they have no attachment to conservatism or Christianity or white nationalism to hold them down. They'll just naturally float to a more progressive position. It's why young people just continuously get more and more progressive. So for the right, they need to act fast, take full power, defund the schools, and make illegal any arguments. They need to make it illegal to argue against their points. And that is what they're running on. From deporting you if you dare to protest and burn an American flag, to invoking the Insurrection Act day one to lock up anyone protesting Trump's presidency. It's day one. They plan to make this country fascist if they win. And that is what Project 2025 is.
This is part of a much older tradition. This is the mythology of the lost cause. How Confederates, after the end of the Civil War, actually envisioned themselves, people who had fought a war for the right to buy, sell, rape, abuse, traffic, and exploit human beings.
And mind you, every Trump supporter would tell you that's not what the Civil War was about. Mind you, the South, the president of the Confederacy, specifically named slavery as the reason why they seceded from the Union, and why they engaged in hostilities against the North, is to protect the practice of slavery. It was in the Confederates' Constitution, was the enshrinement of slavery and fighting to preserve slavery. So yes, the American South absolutely fought to own, rape, and keep as property Black Americans as a cultural, political, and arguably religious principle that they stuck to and were willing to die for. They were willing to die to keep Black people in chains. Think about that for a moment. Think about that for a moment. White American Southerners were willing to die fighting other white Americans to keep black people in chains. Think about that. How much you have to believe in racism to be willing to die for racism. And they did. A lot of white people died for their racist beliefs because they were that racist. It's just a crazy thing to think about, right?
Envisioned themselves as the victims. And that came about in the immediate aftermath of the war. If you looked at the debates of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, one of the more notable things you hear is this same strain. Southern legislator after Southern legislator gets up and says that they are opposed to discrimination and therefore they cannot support the 1964 Civil Rights Act because they believe it discriminates against white.
No. They don't believe that. They don't believe it, to be very clear. They know they're full of shit. They interpret bringing up a group of people who have been historically put down as an attack on them, because to them, their status, their station being seen as above people of color, at least majority, because most people of color in America don't live in a very good financial situation, they want to preserve that because if they don't have that over people of color in America, they lose. The suffering of people of color in America is what brings white nationalists like these guys joy. And when you take that away from them by improving the lives of marginalized groups, you're hurting them. You are hurting them. It is an attack on Nazis and racists and white nationalists to raise up and bring justice to people of color in this country. They will always interpret it that way. And while most Americans don't agree with that idea, they have to push it as something else. So instead of it being, we are offended that people of color in this country are getting more rights, more power, more enfranchised, instead they frame it as, well, how can they be raising up people of color if they're not taking opportunities from you, right? And that's where the whole DEI thing comes in, right?
White people. And it's that same kind of playbook. So this is not a novel development. This is something that we've seen for a really long time.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Gene? I was going to jump to an immigration question, but given what Jelani just said, I'm just wondering, how has Miller been preparing to overhaul the Justice Department?
Well, primarily it's been through his America First legal nonprofit, which has focused on dismantling programs that are meant to benefit historically underrepresented and historically marginalized communities, such as programs benefiting Black farmers or women-owned and minority-owned restaurants.
Who remembers when the bill to provide funding to Black farmers, which, by the way, we've done this for farmers for a very long time. Like, the idea of giving money to farmers is one of the most popular things in American politics. But like, I look at corn subsidies, for example. But like, meanwhile, there was one bill that was meant to like help bring Black farmers like up to the same level of subsidies and government support that white farmers have enjoyed for a very long time. And I want to be very fucking clear with you. Some of the wealthiest motherfuckers you will ever encounter in America are white farmers, okay? White farmers and white ranchers in the American Midwest have so much property, such big fucking houses, such giant, nice, brand new trucks, lots of animals, lots of land, lots of vehicles. They have so much fucking money. Some of America's biggest, wealthiest people live in the Midwest on acres upon acres of land, and they're farmers. That is absolutely the case. So this bill was passed to help level the playing field, because the government subsidies have always been a thing for farmers, and this was one that was meant to help raise up Black farmers. Steven Crowder, if you remember, responded to that by doing basically a minstrel show, where for about 20 minutes he does like a fake black scent, the cringiest shit you've ever seen. I'm pretty sure it was so bad that YouTube was forced to take it down, and one of their iconic, like, not striking Steven Crowder for breaking their rules YouTube video takedowns they do, where they just like demonetize him temporarily or take down one of his videos for breaking TOS, but never actually punish him. They had to do that to him because his like minstrel show he did in response to that was so bad. Where I think one of the points he made was to give you an idea of how these racist people think. One of the points I believe Steven Crowder made was he claimed in his fake black accent voice he claimed that black farmers, what are they farming for? Meth? He didn't even do it right. He didn't even do like the, black people like drugs point right. Because meth is the white people drug. Like, that's the white people drug. White people have one drug, and it's meth. That's our thing. They, like, ironically enough, Steven Crowder just took something away from American white culture. Meth. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
And my prediction is that in a second Trump term, based on everything that Miller has been doing through America First Legal, we would not only see the Department of Justice weaponized to dismantle affirmative action programs benefiting people of color across the country, we would also see the creation of an affirmative action agenda focused on benefiting white people.
And Jelani, then what would it mean to lose the Justice Department as a backstop on safeguarding civil rights?
I mean, it would be a rearguard march, no question. What would happen would be a kind of open season for any kind of equitable policy or practice. Anything that has addressed the legacy and impact of unequal treatment, of inequality, discrimination, and so on, would be vulnerable in that regard. And so that's what that world might look like.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be allowed to learn about slavery in school because the schools that taught it would be defunded by Trump. Same goes for, like, if they require vaccinations for their students, for any vaccines. Like, if Trump wins, we're going to enter an era of, like, millions and millions and millions of people, notably a lot of them children, dying from, basically extinct diseases in America, as they have been for a long time. We're going to see the quality and standard of education in America drop to, like, third world country levels. Like, I need you to understand that in a matter of weeks, we will watch as America's placement on the, like, education standard, like, education quality, like, boards across the country drops to, like, literally the same level as third world countries. Like, it's going to be insane how many charts of like equality, happiness, like any chart in which good things about a country are tracked nationally, we are going to drop so low on the leaderboards. We're already not that high up, but we're still pretty high up because it's America. We're going to drop so fucking fast if Trump wins, and if he goes through with this Project 2025 shit, it'll be catastrophic for this country. And you can say I'm being crazy, but look at what happened from one Trump term when he still had to keep, he had to keep himself on a short leash so he could still get reelected. Think about that. Think about what a completely no stakes democracy's done. He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. Imagine what a completely non-held back Trump will be. We already had like over a 9/11's worth of Americans dying daily because of COVID for years under Trump. So what do you think is going to happen next? How many more Americans do you think are going to die? Because literally millions of Americans died because of Trump. Because of how he handled COVID. Like, just because of Trump. That was millions. With Trump going even further, how many more millions do you think are going to die if he gets reelected? I'm not like saying this to fearmonger. It's just reality. Look how many Americans died because of Trump's policies. How many do you think will die if he gets reelected? Countless. Potentially like an amount we won't even dare to estimate now.
And Stephen Miller would be at the center of it all. Jelani Cobb, Gene Guerrero, thank you both very much for coming to the Saturday Show.
Hey, everyone. MSNBC has a new and...
Well, I guess that was the end of the segment. Anyway, yeah, I really do feel like this was a good segment to go over some of the cronies that Trump has that are pushing for this stuff and who are behind it, the string pullers at the end of the day, who just aren't getting anywhere near enough negative attention for what they're taking part in. So hopefully you learned something from this. Hopefully you were at least entertained. And if you did enjoy this, then consider dropping a like, subscribing, ring the bell icon, and commenting down below. Because no matter when, where, or what you're watching from me, doing those things helps a ton. It actually forces YouTube to push my content in the algorithm, and so it really means a lot to me if you guys do those things. And of course, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description, and joining my fan Discord. It's totally free. It's actually the main hub of my community online, and I also host events there. Game events, call-in streams, watch parties, and I announce all my new uploads and streams. So if you're worried about YouTube not telling you, and you should be, then, you can join my Discord, and there's a good chance you're going to be able to get around the flakiness with which YouTube notifies people when I go live or upload. Anyway, finally, if you want to support me financially and you've got the money for it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buy some merch, the Streamlabs link down below. With all that said, thank you for watching, and have a good one. We have a hate poster Demon Mama fan in YouTube chat. And what I love is that they're so scarce now. You know what I mean? Like, they talk shit like they're one of a million people that are, like, blowing up my inbox. But it's like, they're the first person this entire stream to come in talking shit about that. And it's like, dog, like, you can pretend to be mad at me as much as you like, but, like, the shit that your YouTuber got exposed for is so astronomically bad that, like, you just look bad going against me in the like shadow of it. You know what I mean? Pretty soon, I think I can probably like go all in on telling the story of what happened with the whole drama, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun to finally be able to tell you guys everything that went down. Because even though I've let a lot more out of it, or let a lot more out about it than previously, there's still a fair amount more that you guys don't even know. Anyway, Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. I really appreciate it. Said, okay, sorry, I'll just say incredible brain rot. It has the lyrics, my at is skibbity bussy Phantom Tax, and Skibbity Bussy Phantom Tax, we spam W's the chat for you, and America forget him. I will probably watch that just for the brain rot funny after stream, but thank you for that, Pepper T21. I appreciate the $5. All right. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect all you guys' amazing generosity. Thank you, as always, chat. I appreciate it a ton. It means a lot. It helps a lot. Really quickly, I gotta use the restroom because it's been a hot minute since my last bathroom break. So hopefully you guys don't mind. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I've got a pretty juicy segment for us to cover before we wrap up stream for the day after I get back. So yeah, I will be back in a moment. BRB. Don't go anywhere. My bladder must be emptied. Alrighty. Hello, I am back. What happened to FF14 music? Well, I love the FF14 music. It's going to be coming back. It's just I like to switch it up every few streams so that things stay fresh, right? Because if you're coming into my stream, you're going to get really used to the same music playing in the background every time. But if I switch it up, and I've got a few other tracks I might introduce, if I switch it up for the background music every stream or so, then things get a little less samey for the background noise. Because even for me, I get irritated by the same track playing every single stream, right? So it's like, eventually I've got to add some variety there, or like, what am I even doing? You know what I mean? All right. Let me bring up the next segment really fast, chat. All right, everyone. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. How familiar are you guys with a YouTuber by the name of Endymion TV? This guy started out as an Elden Ring lore channel, and then he made a couple videos where he ranted about wokeness in gaming, and they blew up. Like, the videos exploded. And so he did what every, like, money-hungry clout YouTuber does, and he followed what was making him the most money, which was making videos about how video games are going woke, right? And his videos are really stupid, really low effort. It's some of the dumbest, most clickbait, like, culture war nonsense you'll ever find. And it's all like, this thing that we consider woke and bad, it's failing and the woke are mad. This thing that we consider anti-woke because it's succeeding and the woke are mad. So here you've got that Black Myth Wukong game, which I don't know if you guys know this. I'm sure the game is great. It looks awesome, right? And I'm happy that it's like heavily focused on like Chinese folklore, I think, primarily, if I'm not mistaken. Because you see like there's a lot of like Western folklore that you see shown in media, right? Like, everybody knows Thor. That's an example of like Western folklore, right? Everybody knows at least something about Western folklore, especially in the West, even globally, right? Although when it comes to Eastern folklore, which is itself very interesting, obviously, and it's like a whole fucking quadrant of the world's folklore that most people are not all that aware of, a popular game focused on that, going viral and doing really well and having a lot of effort put into it is awesome, right? Here's the problem, though. The CCP, the Communist People's Republic, China, whatever it's called, the party of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, has identified Black Myth Wukong as the first of a line of projects that they are endorsing, financially backing, and promoting to enforce Chinese cultural power globally. The CCP explicitly has stated that this game is used by them to cement their power globally. That people buying the game, supporting the game on a global scale is part of their plan. While I think that it's fine to still get the game and play it, I might even buy the game and play it. You know, it seems interesting. I don't think that simply buying the game and playing it means that you are playing into the plan that the CCP has, right? Like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. What is a bad thing, and what is exactly what the CCP wants, are dudes like this, who upon anybody talking about China's plans with the gaming industry, they respond by saying, "Woke journalists demand Black Myth Wukong success stop!" Plus IGN backlash erupts as feminists panic! Guys, the feminists are panicking, guys. Guys, did you know the feminists are panicking? Look at this guy. Look at this guy's face. Did you know this guy needs you to know that feminists are panicking right now? Fucking hilarious wording in the title there. I just, when you think about that for even a second, that a guy who looks like that is making videos about how feminists are in a panic over a video game, it's kind of funny. You know, it's just a little funny. Anyway, he made a video about a month ago that caught my eye. Because something you know, or something, if you've watched me, you should know this by now, is I've dubbed a name to the practice that these right-wing grifters participate in. You'll notice that if you look at like your average right-wing grifter channel, Endymion, for example, the guy we're covering, they do something obvious. Thing is successful. We love this. The woke hates it. Thing is not successful. Concord. This is woke. Everyone hates it. Games Workshop, everyone's mad at them right now because of a variety of issues. Most of them not having to do with anything related to politics. A lot of it having to do with pricing and their practices with like their workers and their consumers. Like there's some rule shit they employed. I don't know. Like Games Workshop's in a lot of shit for valid reasons right now, and because of that, it's woke and we hate it. Once again, another Black Myth Wukong video. Basically, everything that the internet doesn't like for valid reasons is woke. And everything that the internet is liking right now, even if it has nothing to do with politics, is anti-woke. It is a statement against feminism. What I call this, as DJ Reaper Skier correctly called out, is sinking ship spotting. To be clear, games like Stellar Blade, games like Helldivers 2, Black Myth Wukong, these are beloved games. People like them. They seem to be well made. I heard that like the guy who made the Nier games really likes Stellar Blade. He doesn't see it as like a ripoff or a clone. He actually really likes it. So these are games that are really good. They're well made. There's a reason why they're popular. And so they recognize the popularity from a mile away and they start praising it as a statement against the woke progressive political ideology. And if something is already destined to fail, or can be reasonably predicted to fail, they start the hate wagon as early as possible. They spot the sinking ship for whatever reason it's sinking for. In the case of Games Workshop, it's because people don't like their business practices. In the case of Concord, it's because people find its art style, like, lame. Like, people are saying on Twitter, like, I really like Concord's gameplay, but man, its art style and, like, aesthetic and sense of humor is genuinely cringy and samey. And so people just aren't really getting into it that much, even if they think it's pretty good. And because of these things that you could see from a mile away, by the way, like everyone saw the Concord announcement trailer and been like, dead in the water. I distinctly remember seeing that trailer at the Game Awards, I think it was, where they showed the announcement and immediately spotted it as a flop on day one, just from the art style. It was like very much like just not pleasant to look at. And so they spot these sinking ships and they start blaming wokeness for being the reason why those ships are sinking. They make these really low-effort thumbnails. Like, most of these are using the same images. Like, how many times has he used the same cutout of the same characters and the same thumbnails? Like, there's no effort put into these videos whatsoever. But they're churned out, they're going off of really popular topics, and they do really well. This is the sinking ship strategy that these guys have employed for a while, and it is a very effective grift. But apparently, they missed the memo when it comes to Baldur's Gate. Now, Baldur's Gate 3 might be the most beloved game in modern history. And if you haven't noticed, the lasting culture and community of Baldur's Gate 3 over time has very much cemented itself as a progressive one. I don't know if you've seen Baldur's Gate content online or if you've met anyone who plays Baldur's Gate, but the first person I think of when I think Baldur's Gate friend or Baldur's Gate fan is my trans friend who loves not Astinian, Astarion. Just absolutely, he's a trans dude who just simps for Astarion all day, every day. Like, has like multiple plushes of Astarion, just gay posting about Astarion nonstop. Like just nonstop gay posting. That's what I think of when I think Baldur's Gate 3 fan. And frankly, as I've looked into the Baldur's Gate 3 fandom, that's pretty representative of the fan base, as it stands today. This is a beloved game, considered one of the best games of all time, and it is itself extremely woke. Like, so much so that the right did try to attack it when it came out, on many different fronts. They even tried to go after it for supposedly supporting zoophilia, because you could fuck a druid in the game that, like, as a joke, transforms into a bear, and you don't see anything, but the joke is that he transformed into a bear before they did it, and it's like, that's supposed to be, like, weird. Like, there's even, like, a squirrel or something that sees it and watches, and, like, the squirrel is traumatized at witnessing what they're seeing. Like, it's very much played off as a joke. The right took that and tried to push it as, like, you know, these degenerate progressives with their woke games trying to push zoophilia in video games. It's like, okay, man, like, they blew it so out of proportion, everyone made fun of them. But they apparently didn't learn their lesson, because these people still have a massive hate boner for Baldur's Gate 3, which is hilarious because it's like the most successful game of all time. Like, no matter what arguments they make here about how it's like everyone hates it now, I need you to remember Baldur's Gate 3 is like the most successful game of all time in terms of just popularity and sales. Like, obviously there's bigger games, like Minecraft has been more profitable, for example, but like, I'm pretty sure Baldur's Gate 3 had the biggest launch of any game ever. No, actually, Black Myth Wukong might have taken the throne for that, actually. Which would actually serve their argument of, like, it's an anti-woke game, right? It makes sense why they would try to claim it when they lost Baldur's Gate 3, which was, like, the last huge game release. Anyway, let's watch this pile of shit video.
What's up, everyone? It's Endymion, and
oh, fun thing as well. I've not even played Baldur's Gate 3. I literally have no bias here. I'm just very aware of the consensus on Baldur's Gate 3. I've watched some friends play a little bit of it. Haven't gotten around to playing it yet, unfortunately. It seems really good. Eventually, I will play it, don't worry. But, I don't even have, like, a personal, like, preference bias here, you know? Like, I'm not even coming out to defend a property that I like or have, like, a strong opinion on here. Like, all I'm aware of is how much cope this is going to be.
I know usually I would cover Star Wars at this point in the week, but to be real with you, I found this story far more interesting than the slop Disney is churning out today, so I figured I'd cover this instead. From the slander...
I love how these guys do, like, a set day where they cover Star Wars because it's just so like, it's just so much of a grift. They just designate a day to call something in Star Wars woke and to make, like, a nonsense rant. Because it's not like they're making videos in response to events. They're not even reactionaries anymore. They're pre-reactionary. Like, they're scheduling days to go on anger rants about things being woke.
Ruin of Wizards of the Coast nuking the original creators of Dungeons & Dragons, to woke establishments failing and much more.
So see, all these things they complain about being woke, the criticism or the hate for the thing they're complaining about stems from something not related to wokeness every time. Wizards of the Coast is in shit for a ton of bad business practices they're doing right now, so recognizing the pre-existing hate, these guys fill the algorithm, loading their videos with keywords about Wizards of the Coast, D&D, whatever thing they own, but complain about it being woke. And they get naive people who are already angry to redirect that anger, not at the valid reasons they're upset, but instead at a imagined political agenda that made these things happen somehow.
So let's get into it. This first story, which inspired me to make this video in the first place, comes from a Twitter user named MadScribeGames. To set this all up, recently Wizards of the Coast, which owns Dungeons & Dragons as well as other famous side IPs like Baldur's Gate, which I'm sure you heard of, has released a book for fans that details the origins of Dungeons & Dragons. The book in question is called Dungeons & Dragons: The Making of Original D&D 1970 to 1977. I need to also read you the description for this book to set up how offensive and tone-deaf it all is. Here's the official description of the book itself, and I quote.
Wait, offensive? Really? That's the word you're gonna choose for why you're not okay with a thing being what... Okay, offensive. It's offensive, guys. He's offended.
Here is the ultimate record of how Dungeons & Dragons came to be. The Making of Original D&D is an extraordinary collection of rare documents that shed light on D&D's origin story.
We're ranting about a book, by the way. Like, we're mad about a book.
Materials never released to the public, including Gary Gygax's first draft of original D&D, and early published writings such as the 1974 original D&D white box booklets and supplements. Each document is featured alongside insightful commentary from one of the game's foremost historians, John Peterson. Disclaimer, we, Wizards, recognize that some of the legacy content in this product does not reflect the values of the Dungeons & Dragons franchise today. Some older content may reflect ethnic, racial, and gender prejudices that were commonplace in American society at that time.
Okay, so this is literally the copy-pasted, like, message that companies have been putting on, like, older media that has some, like, man, well, that's a product of its time moments in it. Just as, like, you know, we acknowledge it. Don't blow up our social medias. Don't, like, boycott our shit. We know, okay? But, like, we're preserving it in its original form anyway, because that matters. They are literally mad that these companies, in preserving the original work, because they don't want to just throw it away and sweep it under the rug. They do want to preserve it, it seems. In doing so, they simply add a few sentences to help them prevent them from getting blown up on social media or have people boycott their company, which would of course affect their stock prices. These companies, they are companies, they have an obligation to maximize their bottom line, to maximize their stock prices. So obviously they would do things like this that help to avoid easily avoidable controversy. But from their perspective, this is like a massive attack on the fan base, right? Now, if you're wondering what they could be referring to, okay, so the right loves to do a reverse-aroo, like a Uno reverse card. Actually, you're racist for even acknowledging this type thing when you talk about it. And to be fair, progressives can definitely be a little cringe in the way they word this argument, so I'll try to be careful. When you go back a few decades ago, a lot of fantasy media, when you look, there's a broad distance between some of the most creative and original fantasy concepts you'll find and ones that seem a little familiar. If you don't know, a lot of popular fantasy media, I actually don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg here. You guys will have to tell me. But a lot of popular fantasy media either pulled from or were pulled from anti-Semitic stereotypes about when it comes to like the depiction of goblins. For example, J.K. Rowling gets a lot of shit for this. Like a lot of Nazis love to depict Jewish people as goblins. And goblins are themselves depicted in basically the exact way that anti-Semites describe Jews, right? So there's this very bizarre, like, thing here. Like, you hear an anti-Semite, like, screaming about Jews, they call them goblins, right? And the way they describe Jews, which is not, like, very flattering, it's very insulting and racist and insane, but the way they describe them, their, like, caricature is basically a description of a goblin. So you can't ignore this fact, right? And of course, like a Nazi or even just a sort of well-meaning but kind of, chuddy centrist might say, bro, are you calling Jewish people goblins? What the fuck? Like, that's how they'll respond. And if that's your response sincerely, you missed my point. Try and re-listen to what I said again, and maybe you'll get it. The fact is that there have been cases in which, for a lack of creativity, cultural stereotypes, even really negative and fucked up ones, have been pulled from to design races and concepts in fantasy media. And oftentimes, in more traditional early fantasy media, there's a alignment chart that mostly focuses on true good and true evil. In a lot of like classic fantasy media, not just D&D, but classic fantasy media, goblins, orcs, trolls, these are all evil races, like inherently evil races. And to pull for inspiration from these evil races and modern depictions, they seem to have pulled from racial stereotypes. At least that's how it seems. Or the reverse is what happened, right? And so it's just an interesting discussion. And over the years, people have given more and more attention to these facts and recognized that, man, that's kind of weird. And one of the things that I think Wizards of the Coast has done to try and, like, dismantle that idea within their conception of a fantasy world is to try and eliminate the existence of base, inherent racial affiliations with a moral compass. Like, instead of, like, for example, like, I think there was a time where Drow, for example, could only be a certain amount of good on the alignment chart. Because, like, Drow were just inherently, to a certain extent, kind of fucked up because of where they came from. I know that I know this because I had some explanations of what Drow were like back in the day explained to me, because I played a Drow when I played D&D. And apparently there was a time where it would have been a lot harder to play a Drow character than it is now. And so I think, on one hand, I understand people being upset about these changes because some of them genuinely did help to create a somewhat interesting world. On the other hand, I also think that a revising of these things, or at least acknowledging of some of these things having been problematic, is fine. You don't need to be offended by it. Like, why are you offended by it? You are offended by people being offended. Not even by people being offended. You're offended by people making a simple message to help easily avoid people being offended. You're offended by people not being offended is what's happening here. Endymion TV.
These depictions were wrong then and are wrong today. This content is presented as it was originally created. Because to do otherwise would be the same as claiming these prejudices never existed. Dungeons & Dragons teaches that diversity is a strength and we strive to make our D&D products as welcoming and inclusive as possible. This part of our work will never end, end quote. So,
mind you, what I'm going to guess is he's going to pretend like he doesn't disagree with those ideas in principle, but he doesn't. But you're not supposed to say it because those are the buzzwords that are woke, and this is just another sign of wokeness. But he'll of course say, "I'm not racist, though. You know, I don't disagree with the idea of there being, you know, minorities in a piece of media, but like to even talk about it or bring attention to it is woke." It's like, okay.
So we now know that this book is a collection of what made D&D a thing to begin with, but also that the current Wizards of the Coast, which are some of the most woke activists in any of these sorts of companies today, are hell-bent.
Mind you, what I love about their conspiracy theories is that they either have to claim that these massive corporations are effectively not capitalist in any way, like they don't care about making money, or basically just JQ in order to maintain this point. If I had Endymion in a call, do you want to know what I'd ask him? I would ask him, why do you think companies are going woke? Actually, first I'd ask, what is your definition of going woke if a game company does it? And could you give me a few examples? I'm sure he could explain it in a relatively concise way and even give a few examples like Wizards of the Coast or, you know, just list a few companies that he would complain about in a video and then list what he would complain about in the video. Then I'd ask him, why do you think they did that? Why do you think this company did the thing that you call woke that has upset you? The correct answer is because they thought it would make them more money. That is the only correct answer. These are companies, and whatever their reasoning was, they did it because they thought it would make them more money. Even if it was just a roundabout way of preventing them from losing money, that was just still them doing something so they would make more money than they otherwise would if they didn't, right? That is the correct answer. That is not the answer he can give. To simply argue, okay, yeah, these companies are making these unpopular woke changes that you guys don't like because of capitalism, because of them trying to improve their bottom line, because it makes them more money, that doesn't work. In fact, it goes against their fantasy of go woke, go broke. So they would have to make some argument about why these companies do these things that has nothing to do with making more money. And either they will land on what he just said, the idea that these companies are run by activists, or they have to full on JQ. And mind you, the company run by activists thing is a soft JQ. He is JQing softly. He is lightly brushing his balls against the JQ. He's putting just the tip in. The idea that a corporation whose sole goal is to make money would forego that goal in order to push an agenda because it is run by activists is genuinely insane. It does not hold up to scrutiny. Companies do not exist this way. Companies are not able to exist and function this way. They do not put out they are not household brands this way. They do not put out massive successes like Baldur's Gate 3 this way if they are just run by ideologues who are just trying to push an agenda and don't care about making money. That's not how. No company can sustain itself for any amount of time in this fantasy reality. That's not real. That's ridiculous. And I would call it out as such. Companies want to make money. Do not kid yourself. Grow up. This is the real world. Corporations want to make money. They want to raise their stock values. They want to ensure that their CEO gets a bigger bonus at the end of the year because the CEO is the head of the executive table generally. And CFO and stuff, this is all about maximizing the people at the top's profits, and they make all the decisions. They are the ones that approve or disapprove everything, right? The idea that some low-level activists in the company could be responsible for this, insane. The idea that the suits, the top, would allow it, insane. The idea that the suits at the top would be the activists pushing this, insane. So once you push them on this point, they either have to see the entire idea that this wokeness is some anti-business-minded agenda-based thing, or they have to fully own the hard version of what they were softly agreeing with. They have to fully own the JQ. They would have to say, you know what? Yes, the suits, the executives at the top, they do have progressive ideals that they are trying to push. They don't care about money so long as they can push these progressive ideas. And then you ask them why. Who are these high-up people? Who are these powerful suits that you're talking about that just have an ideology to like, as you say, put down white people and encourage like less white people to be around? Like, what is this? So it seems like you think there's a shadowy group of people controlling the government, media, all these things who want to destroy white people. That sounds familiar. And at that point, you ask them if they're aware of the JQ, and that would be the conversation I want to have with Endymion TV, because that is the soft ideology that they are pushing. This is like baby's first JQ, is the idea that activists and game companies are somehow making these unpopular, money-losing, woke decisions. What's JQ? I'm glad you asked, because some viewers might also not know. The JQ is the Jewish question. It is a conspiracy, a Nazi conspiracy. It's like the abbreviation for it, that Jewish people control the entire country and that they're using their power and control to brainwash the white, straight American population into believing it's okay for immigration to happen, for interracial marriages to happen, for there to be people of color in more positions of power and just generally in the country. It's basically the idea that the Jews are trying to cuck the white man. That is their conspiracy. And it is so well known as a Nazi conspiracy theory that this guy and most conservative pundits who believe it will not outright state that they believe it. They won't even argue for it openly. They have to dog whistle it in like very subtle ways like this, you know?
Bent on transforming the IP into an identity political agenda-driven franchise going forward. Now from that same user, MadScribe Games, they showed some of the pages.
You filled in a lot of blanks there from just a couple sentences saying, we recognize that some of these concepts are a product of their time, don't get offended, don't blow us up on social, like that. You really you read a lot into like 2 sentences that were just meant to keep people from blowing up their social media and boycotting them because they're mad about like something being seen as problematic in old D&D. Like you're looking pretty deep into that, but okay.
Just within the book itself, which revealed that this supposed celebration book is actually just a bunch of woke activists punching down or up, depending on how you look at it, against the actual creators of D&D back in the day. As you can see,
punching down or up, depending on how you look at it. For one, punching down or up is in reference to who has more power. So it is considered to be punching down if like a rich billionaire goes on stage at like a comedy show and just does a whole comedy act shitting on poor people, right? Like if a rich billionaire comedian does that, that's considered punching down, because people who have it worse in life and are just like, they have it worse than them, they're punching down at them. So like there's no depending on how you look at it. Punching up and down is an objective thing. Based on who has the better situation in life. So he's not even using that term correctly, for one. 2, in what way is it attacking the original D&D? Like, are the people who are writing not allowed to have any type of political opinion? Because the people who wrote original D&D had political opinions. Oh, believe me, they had political opinions, probably more in line with this guy's. So why is it okay for them and for you to have political opinions, but for these writers and these people working at the company to not have political opinions? The fact is, this pretend adherence to the idea of just accepting other people having differences that conservatives love to tout isn't real. They absolutely cannot tolerate differences in opinion. No, they can't tolerate differences in opinion any more or any less than any other group can. They are just as thin-skinned about it. Nobody likes differences in opinion on something that they strongly believe in. These guys, on the other hand, actively brag and tout the fact that they don't believe that those that disagree with them should have the right to disagree with them. I don't believe that Endymion should even be banned from YouTube. Like, as much as he is definitely dog whistling some pretty fucked up ideas, I don't know if he even realizes he's doing that, and he's not, like, necessarily being openly hateful so much as he is, like, hinting at hate, right? He's appeasing hate. He's arguing for hate. But at the end of the day, I don't even think that he needs to be taken down for this, right? Like, I don't think he needs to be silenced or censored or shut down. But I almost guarantee if I got banned off YouTube falsely tomorrow and he heard about it, he would make a tweet saying, well, he shouldn't have supported the wokeness, which is in favor of destroying free speech. They always have that response. Like whenever a conservative gets a punishment for actually breaking the TOS, it's censorship, censorship, censorship. But when there's a false strike, like what Dylan Burns got recently, where he got false striked over and over by YouTube for something he didn't do, and then eventually, finally, YouTube admitted it was false, the conservative replies to all of his tweets were, well, this is what you get. You support this. Even though they're the ones who actually support it, because they're the ones in the replies arguing that it's a good thing and celebrating it.
See some parts of this book, which I apologize if the actual quality of these scans are not that great, but you can read out that in the text highlighted with red, that D&D's editors are attempting to prove to you, the reader, that D&D was nothing more than a racist creation in its inception, saying things like D&D was casually hurtful to anyone with a physical or mental disability. Another passage reads, the misogyny is revealed as a conscious choice. It's an
I do like how we're showing like bits that are so fuzzy it's almost impossible to read it, so that no one feels the need to like pause it and read the whole thing for themselves, and except for the underlined bits. Only read the underlined bits, guys. I like how every underlined bit, by the way, is their trigger words. Have you noticed that? Because conservatives have trigger words, which is like, for those who don't know, trigger word was like a thing that right-wingers like to make fun of back in 2016 a lot. Like, oh my God, you have trigger words? Get over it. These are the words that trigger them: hurtful, charitably ascribed, bad assumptions, misogyny, cultural appropriation. These are their trigger words that like upset them so much they had to underline them in red.
Reader, that D&D was nothing more than a racist creation in its inception, saying things like D&D was casually hurtful to anyone with a physical or mental disability.
Wait a second. When did this say that it was nothing but hateful? He just said this book essentially argues D&D was nothing but hateful, when what the actual book seems to be saying is it was casually disrespectful and hurtful to people with disabilities. That doesn't mean it was solely hateful. That doesn't mean its primary goal was hate. There's tons of media that's beloved and good and serves a lot of great purposes that are casually hurtful to certain groups. There's no harm in recognizing that. It's not even an attack on the people who made it to recognize that. If anything, it's giving them the benefit of the doubt, because a lot of this stuff, as they said in the fucking disclaimer, is a product of the time. That is explicitly meant to give the benefit of the doubt to the people who made it. Like, you gotta understand, it was different times back then. Like that's literally what that message says. You gotta understand, it was different times back then. Things have changed, we know, but back then, things were different. I promise this wasn't meant to be bigoted. And so it simply acknowledges that. It's such a straw man, yeah.
Another passage reads, the misogyny is revealed as a conscious choice. It's an unfortunate fact that women seldom appear in original D&D. And when they do, they're usually portrayed disrespectfully.
Are we really going to try and argue that nerd culture in the 1970s was not misogynistic? Really? Really? In the 1970s, nerd culture wasn't misogynistic. If I recall correctly, didn't George Lucas say to Carrie Fisher, no, you can't wear a bra because there's no bras in space, it's not realistic? I think that's like literally an iconic quote from the filming of the first Star Wars. That they wouldn't let Carrie Fisher wear a bra because there's no bras in space, according to George Lucas. In George Lucas's Star Wars. This is the Star Wars, by the way, that these chuds miss so much. The no bras in space Star Wars. That was the peak. That was the golden era.
Slaves appear in original D&D not as a human tragedy that devastated generations over centuries, but as a simple commercial transaction.
Yet ironically, these people are also against the Free the Nipple movement.
Cultural appropriation of original D&D ranges from the bewildering, like naming every 6th level cleric a llama, to the staggering gods, demigods, and heroes. Not reprinted in this book includes game statistics for sacred figures revered by more than 1 billion people around the world, where players are expected to fight Vishnu, one of the principal deities of Hinduism, kill him, and loot his +3 sword of demon slaying. As you can see, these new age political activists within D&D are effectively combing through the historical text of the franchise and picking out anything and everything that doesn't 100% appeal to their identity.
Do they think that this book is nothing but like a book talking about like everything controversial that has been in D&D? Or do you think that they had to underline and only show 2 pages of it because whenever these things come up, they simply give like a sentence in reference to it? Because he's talking about it like it's the entire book. He's shown 2 pages, and it's so little of the 2 pages, they had to underline the bits that are important in red. So and not only that, but pixelate it so we can't read the rest. So how honest do you think this depiction or the description of the book is? I'm curious, by the way, what do you think the comments are like on this video? Because I love reading the comments of these videos because nobody in the comments is thinking like critically about what they've been told. No one is like questioning anything. Everyone is fully on board. That's how you know an echo chamber when you see one, by the way. Even my own fans are constantly trying to like, oh, but Zan, you forgot to say this, or oh, Zan, I have a small nitpick here. My own fans do that nonstop in my comments. That's how you know my comments aren't much of an echo chamber. But when you look in the comments here, there's absolutely no critical thinking about the content. The game was made by racists. Now give us money, you racists. Lizards of the Coast. Oh, Lizards of the Coast? Interesting. I wonder what that's implying. They keep saying white men in a derogatory way. Where, by the way? Where are they saying this? Yet going around pretending not to be sexist and racist. What a bunch of distinguished people we have here. What the hell is the point of entertainment anymore if there's no escapism or actual entertainment? So this is an example of like one of the poor bastards who's fallen for this shit. D&D teaches us diversity is a strength. BS. D&D teaches teamwork and planning is a strength, regardless of diversity. That's what it taught back in the 70s. I know. I was there. Quote, white middle-class men. Quote, straight white men. They say these the same way with the same disdain and connotation as Nazi. Can text have disdain? It's crazy how they think we as white men are a threat somehow, but I'm just eating cereal in my underwear, wondering what I did to become a final boss level villain. Can we just acknowledge how cringe that comment is there? It's crazy how they think me as a white man is a threat somehow, but I'm just sitting here in my underwear, eating cereal and wondering what I did to become a final boss level villain to these people. How fucking cringe. How can you post that and not cringe at yourself? And how did 535 people like that without cringing? I need to read the replies. We need to pick out your boss theme. Kevin McLeod's sneaky snitch. You put the cereal after the milk. That's an Avenger-level threat of villainy. These are like Elon Musk fan level, like, they're replying with laughing, crying emojis. It's like reading the replies to an Elon Musk tweet where it's like this boomer butchering a meme or a joke that's like meant to be like, hello, fellow kids, and then all the replies are a bunch of Zoomers engaging with it like sounding like boomers. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? It's so cringe. Oh, it's so cringe. I like, by the way, how he had to clickbait Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate's legacy destroyed by evil woke lunatics. Mind you, this guy was against Baldur's Gate with the whole, like, druid fucking thing, so he's had to walk that back. And he had to put Baldur's Gate in the title and do nothing but show Baldur's Gate gameplay to keep people's attention and to get the clicks. But this isn't even about Baldur's Gate. Nothing about this is referring to Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is not the, like, 5e is modern D&D. That's what Baldur's Gate is built off of, and it's Wizards of the Coast property. Modern, last year, 2 years ago or something, Wizards of the Coast property. But he's not even talking about it, but he's also trying to clickbait off of it. It's so bizarre, dude. Anyway. If you guys enjoyed cringing with me, then consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, and comment down below. It really means a lot and helps the channel a ton, literally twisting YouTube's arm into pushing my content out to more people, so it really, really means a ton. And of course, if you haven't already, consider supporting the channel by following my social medias linked down below in the description, joining my fan Discord so that you get notified when I go live or upload, because YouTube definitely won't, but I will in the Discord. I also host events there too, like game events, call-in streams, watch parties. It's totally free to join, so if you're not already in my fan Discord, you better hit that link in the description and hop on in there, because what are you doing? What are you even doing if you're not? And of course, consider maybe, potentially, possibly, if you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, supporting me financially on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support the stream, even if you're just lurking, thank you for being here, and I hope to see you again. God. While cringe, it's important to even every once in a while refute people like Endymion TV's videos, since he and others like him are spreading misinformation. Yeah. I did, Moody. The finale was fucking nutty. What a great fucking final episode. I was not expecting it to be that intense. Like, it definitely felt like the show was leading up to something big, but I didn't expect it to be like basically what was it, like a 30-minute long final battle? Like in total, like if you count like all the action sequences leading up to the like true final battle, like it's like 40 minutes because it's multiple episodes broke up into parts. God, that shit went crazy. What a great finale. Now we gotta do Legend of Korra for sure, yeah. Good stream. I pulled a stack of diamonds while listening. What do you got? You got looting 3, motherfucker? Or not looting 3, fortune 3? The fuck? You X-raying? You're either X-raying, got fortune 3, or need to tell me what your strip mining method is right fucking now. Yeah, full stack of diamonds. You gotta have fortune 3 for that shit, brother. What the hell? Fortune 2, no strip mining. Fortune 2 and no strip mining. Interesting. Avatar is a life-changing uwu. Like, I really do feel like there's no better, like, endorsement of how big of a deal Avatar is and was for storytelling as the fact that it's been adapted. There have been 2 attempts now to adapt it in live action, just telling the same story again, but in live action because it was so successful and so good. Like, it's still so beloved 20 years later. They're still trying to pull off a live-action remake that's just telling the same story in live action. Because it's that beloved and that popular and that good. That is a big deal for, like, a cartoon. Like, that really shows, like, damn, this is something, you know? Like, going into it, you know that you're getting into a pretty beloved piece of media. Yeah. Yo, Slashy, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, cannot leave before you watch this. Okay, let's see this clip. What do you send?
This video is sponsored by NordVPN.
If Elon Musk bought a restaurant. Okay. Seems funny. What's the deal here?
Yeah. More about them at the end of the sketch. Welcome to Sandwich with a Pretty Big Pickle in It. Our pickles are, you know, not, you know, they're normal. Hi there, hello.
That's a little bit kind of how Elon talks. Like, with the like, just not knowing what he was gonna say at all.
I'm Elon Musk. Yeah, no, I know. I read the makeshift sign. Good. Now, I'd like this restaurant to be different than it is. I think that would be better. Oh, snap.
No. Elon would have taken 5 minutes to say that.
Sorry, who are you? I'm an Elon fanboy. I'm a boy fan of Elon. He follows me around everywhere. Now, please change the restaurant. I have complained. Well, that's, you know, this place is the way that it is. Would you like a sandwich with a pretty big pickle in it? That's what we make here.
You should clarify that Azula's voice actress endorsed Kamala, because Azula endorsing Kamala would not be good.
I could buy this place, you know. I know. I'm very rich. He's so rich, you don't even know, okay? You don't believe me? Check this out. I'm going to text the CEO right now, offer him double what it's worth. I don't recommend buying this place. Oh, hello, Elon. Oh, hey, you're the CEO I just texted. I am. Listen, the board approved the offer. Oh. See, I don't think you should have done that. Now you're stuck. He meant to do it, idiot. Well, I wasn't serious, so I don't want to buy it. He was joking, idiot. You made a legally binding offer. But I don't wanna. I don't know how to defend this part yet. I'm sure you'll get there. You have to abide by the offer you made. There's dust over there. You didn't disclose dust. Oh, there it is. Sketchy hidden dust. It's still a deal, like legally you gotta buy the thing that you said you'd buy. Well, that's what I always wanted. This guy's playing 4D chess. I don't know. I kind of feel like he's playing Monopoly, complaining about the rules, hoarding getting all the money and somehow still losing. Yeah, he's a genius. Okay, so you can't be communicated with. Got it. Okay, now tell me how this place works, and keep in mind I know exactly how it works because of how smart I am. Oh, okay, well, you know, there's a whole staff back there, and they make the food and make sure the place is running smoothly. Right, so let's fire them. What? Oh, brutal. He doesn't give an F. But he should, though, right? Like, this place isn't gonna work without the people that make it work. Let's remove the locks on the doors. If it doesn't feel safe for people to come here, I don't know that they're gonna come. Let them leave. That's how we make our money. No, now we will charge people for things they don't want or need. Yeah, I'll pay for that. What? I will charge people for priority seating and priority ordering. I've sent you some money, sir. And what's with this branding? No one likes it. We make sandwiches with pretty big pickles. I feel like this reflects that. Let's change the name to just a letter. Let's call it Zed and make the branding unrecognizable. I think that's a good move. Business-wise. The restaurant has an internationally recognizable brand name, and it's very much part of the culture. Yeah, Zed sounds cool. I like Zed. Nobody's gonna call it that. Zed? Okay, some people might call it that. Adopt me, Elon! This place doesn't seem to be doing so well, and it's because people are attacking me personally. That might be part of it, sure. This report says that this place is already worth less than half of what you paid for it. I'll divert some money from one of my other companies. That'll help. I don't know that investors of your other companies will like that. He's playing 5D checkers over here. Why aren't people coming in here anymore? Well, I mean... And keep in mind, more people are coming in here than ever. What? And I'm gonna sue the people that are not coming in here anymore because they're costing me my...
This is just literally one-to-one accurate to what Elon has done with his purchase of Twitter. Like, now we're at what was happening a few months ago, where he was suing the advertisers that left the company as if that was a thing he could do.
Business, which is the best it's ever been. He's playing 6D Connect 4. The kitchen's already on fire. Zed is thriving. I think I quit. Actually, no, you're fired. So I get severance? Okay, cool. I've impregnated one of the female employees. Oh, God, do you do that at every company you buy?
Adopt me, Elon.
That video was genuinely spot on. Yeah, like I'm not even saying it because it was funny, but like that was actually just spot on what happened. Obviously it's dumbed down for the sake of like a sandwich shop, but like every point acknowledged the like line of what Elon did, down to like, we have an internationally recognized logo and everybody uses like the name of this brand synonymously with posting. You know, like why would you change the name? And then they do, and then the company suffers, and he admits it and he complains about it, but also says it's doing better than ever. It's like every single bit. And of course the Elon fanboy saying he's playing 6D multiversal Connect 4. Bro's playing 8D multiversal shoots and ladders at this point. Anyway, with all that said, I think that's where we're going to wrap things up for today. Obviously, I am happy to say we didn't have any tech problems. Let's fucking go, dude! No tech problems, finally. So presuming that continues, I hope to see you all tomorrow. I will, of course, be streaming tomorrow as well. I got a lot of cool stuff for us to cover. Uploads should resume. I'm gonna guess we're probably gonna resume uploads on the 31st, and it'll be back to triple uploads and everything. So yeah, expect uploads to resume on the 31st, but streams are back. It's good to see you guys. I'm glad the machine spirits are pleased now. So yeah, one thing I'll do just to make sure there's no issues, I'm just gonna restart my PC right before every stream. Like an hour before, I'll just restart my PC, because usually when I have any problems, that fixes it, and I don't know there's a problem until I go live and the stream crashes, so I'm just gonna restart my fucking PC before I go live, and hopefully that resets everything and just gets the PC to a non-weird crashy state, and we're all good. I did tend to leave my PC on for long amounts of times. That might have an effect, to be fair. Anyway, I really appreciate you guys all watching. You've been amazing today. I love you all very, very much. Thank you for your support. I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. And as always, have a good one. Bye-bye, everybody. Doo-doo fart.